should have went through. Hey guys.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing pretty good. I've been reading all day mostly.
Have you? I've been doing laundry and making dog food and running to the store. But I'm glad we're on earlier. I like the fact that we're coming on at 5 today.
Yeah, me too. I think it'll be good.
Yeah.
You see Ellie.
Aileen's here.
I thought I saw Ellie.
Hi guys. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
I hear a big echo. I don't know why.
Oh, it's me again. I forgot. I got my speaker on. Hang on. Sorry.
Okay. It's okay. How are you,
Better?
Donna? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
Yeah, it's much better.
Sorry.
How are you today, Donna?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. Awesome. Yeah, I struggle with the time coming on early only because I had Belle and Paul just took her home. So that's going to work out good today, but it might not work out good for me every time, but that's okay. You guys can still go on and I'll catch up as soon as I can.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on
Today I'm
Nathan.
in.
I probably should ask if he was ready.
He'll be
I
here.
just put a little funny note on the Discord, let him know it's going live.
Yeah. He'll be here. Hi,
I'm
Tammy.
sure. Hey, Tammy.
Okay, I'm going to mute just to get some likes in here, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I have got absolutely nothing done today, but I've had a nice day. I've just read stuff online and listened to a live, and
I needed to clean. I didn't get any cleaning done, but I did do 4 loads of laundry. And I went
oh,
to Sam's Club and I made a batch of homemade dog food.
oh wow, you've been busy.
So I did get stuff done. I just didn't get
Yeah,
done what I wanted to get done.
I'll send my poochie to you, and you can babysit her.
Yeah, I spoil them. They're so spoiled rotten. I needed some other things from Sam's Club too. I needed toilet paper and paper towel and, you know.
Well, I felt good enough today to take her around the block, so that was good.
Oh, good.
She got
It's
out.
hot here. Is it hot there too?
Yeah, I went early this morning before it got hot.
Yeah. Oh, good. It probably did you good to get outside and walk around a little bit and get some fresh air.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. I want it to cool off now. I'm like done with summer. But I don't want it to go to 40 degrees. I want to have like a nice Indian summer, like 60s and 70s and, you know.
Oh, I know. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Where's Vic? Hey, Vic.
Hey, Vic.
Hey, I'll say
You're breaking up on us.
oh, I know. I gotta put one hand on the curtain rod, lift my left foot, and sing a song, and I get a bit. Hang on.
Yeah, well, hang on just a minute. I was giving Nathan a couple minutes to get here, too. How's everybody doing tonight? We're so glad to have the people who are staying and listening to us. It's awesome. We usually talk for a little bit, and then we'll open it up for questions, and anybody wants to come up and talk a little bit.
Great. Do I sound any better?
Ooh,
Or
much
does,
better. Yeah, that's a lot better.
okay. I
Do I
had the
sound
wrong
okay?
hand. I got, yeah, you sound great. Blessings to everyone.
That's way better, Vic.
Thanks.
Now just don't move.
I'm going to adjust my
Well,
speaker wire because this keeps making a noise. Hang on.
if I lift my left leg and take my right hand and put it on the curtain rod
You're good.
and take my, yeah, I'm good. I'm grounded and
Oh my
good.
gosh, I'm sitting here laughing my guts out. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, just
Oh
try to
boy.
picture that in your mind.
Oh, I
And
pictured it. I did.
hey,
That's too
am
funny.
I the am I the only one fighting the evil one today?
Well, in that way, for sure.
Wow. Julie and I have just been seeing uh, the attacks all day. It's been unbelievable, but we're pressing through. I believe something wonderful is going to happen tonight, and
Nathan's on
and
his art. He's on his art thing. You want to switch over to the other one?
that's fine by me. I don't know what
You're
that
on the
is.
wrong
Oh, he.
profile.
What is he doing?
He's on his art profile. He said he's going
I
to be
see
right
that.
back. Yeah,
He's laughing
Oh,
at
yeah.
himself.
yeah. I've done it before too. I've got two profiles, but I'm on my art when I started out, and it's like everybody, the artist name stuck, and so I just stayed with it. I don't care. It's like
I actually have my Bible open tonight. I was reading in John 8 when Jesus was saying, "Ye are of your father, the devil." Man,
yeah.
can you imagine? Could you imagine standing there hearing him say that to you?
Oh, I know. That would be just like what? I'd be
I mean,
freaking.
I'd be freaking. I'd be, the bands would be busting. But and it's just like I spoke truth and you couldn't even hear it.
I think
And
that's
so
the biggest problem is nobody can hear it when he's speaking truth.
my prayer is this evening he'll open somebody's heart and mind and ears, and they'll hear your message, our message of truth.
I did that way, Nathan, so you can moderate. Because if you would come up and then request, then it won't do it.
Oh man, that was frustrating.
I know.
Everything was not working. My headset was trying to connect to my Xbox, and then it was connecting to my laptop because I used it on there earlier, and then I couldn't get the sound to work on here, and then I logged into the wrong account.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Bless your heart. Well, yesterday we left off with Matthew 24:22, talking about how it had the AI word in it for the people that are new coming in. So I'm going to show you another verse. And since I did such a snappy job of explaining how I do this process of looking at these verses on the actual video, I'm just going to play my recorded slide for this one so y'all can kind of hear how my process is. I'm echoing. Do y'all hear it?
A little bit.
Wonder why.
No,
Let me turn my
you
speakers off.
you sound pretty good.
Sally, mute for a second and see.
Oh, is it me? I'm so
I
sorry.
think I think it barely is you.
Okay, is that
Barely.
better? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Because I had to have that song. Let's see. Because I wanted to play this for y'all. Hopefully, is that better? Okay.
Yes, you sound
Alrighty.
great.
Good deal. Okay, we'll get started then. Let's see. Alright. Okay, for what you're looking at here is Luke 23:29. And it's going to be kind of small. Because I'm going to try to pull it up a little bit bigger. Oh. I hate it when that thing pops up on me with all the names. I'm trying to get it lined up. There we go. Okay. I wanted y'all to be able to see that word down there on the bottom, Makara. Okay. But you see there in the red, you'll see AI twice. And I'm just going to play this slide for y'all. Hopefully you can hear it good. Oh, I don't know what this... May not be able to. I didn't think about the headset. No, that won't work. What I'll do, I'll just tell it again. Okay, this is Luke 23:29. And what we have in the English is, "For behold, the days are coming, in which you shall say, Blessed is the barren, and the wombs that never bare, and the paps which never gave suck. Okay, when I started looking at that and threw it in some translator, I got all kinds of crazy stuff, and I thought, what is wrong with this verse? So I took my process, and I'm going to try to explain this to y'all because people are listening for the first time and hadn't seen my videos. You need to kind of know how I do this. I take the verse and I break it down word by word. I put each word in probably 4, sometimes 6 translators, depending. Looking dictionary definitions. I go online and I put it in a search engine with the plus sign, and then I put the etymology. Well, up will pop the ancient Greek and what it meant in the first century, usually. And when I find that, then I go through and I read all the definitions for the first century. I use this website too, also called Plagiasis. I can't say that word right, but has some really ancient dictionaries in it too. And it has like all of Josephus's writings, has all of Tacitus's writings, and they're in Greek, and I can actually see what they really said too, which is nice. But then I take and once I get all the words and I think what I think they mean, then I take and look at the sentence structure. I look at the nouns, the verbs, the adverbs, the prepositions, the adjectives, all that stuff, and try to figure out what's what and how the sentence structure should go. Because when you look at a manuscript in Koine Greek, there is no spaces between the words or the letters. It's just like a run-on. You know those find a search and word puzzles you can buy in the dollar store and stuff, where you can circle the words? That's what it looks like. It's just straight alphabets, letters all the way, and they're all in capital letters. There's no lowercase, no uppercase. It's all one thing. So first thing you got to do is find all the words. So I find all the words. I try to take what I've got, into the manuscript. Then I look at the manuscript and compare it to what we have in the interlineary, or whatever I got when I pulled it off the interlineary. Then when I think I've got all the words correct, then I go through and see what I think it says. And I'll go down and do what I call a mechanical translation, which is like a super literal, like flat out translation without any major stuff, and kind of try to figure it. And if it doesn't look right still, I'll go back and do the whole process again, because I wanted the truth. And I was out here 10 years doing this stuff, and the last probably 4 dealing with the languages. And I studied 3 languages in school and went to college, studied 2 in college. Then these 2, the Greek and the Hebrew, I learned online on my own. I just bought the textbooks and went and listened to the lessons and followed along and tried to learn. I learned the Hebrew alphabet. Then I learned how it worked and everything. Then I started doing sentences. Then I studied the Greek and learned how it worked, and I started doing sentences. And I've just been doing sentences for forever. That feels like that's all I do most of the time. And people will write me and they'll say, "Can you check this verse for me?" And I'm like, it can take me a whole day to do one verse. And I haven't done the whole Bible at all. It is vast. It's way too much. But what I got, and particularly, it's like, this is interesting because this plays into today's time. And I didn't even expect to find this here, but it says, "Behold, since the days are coming in which one betroths," and the word is Ai, Makara, which is a daughter of Hades, the sterile and lower region, Ai, which are not born, and breasts do not give suck. So it's talking about a future event where people will marry AI machines. And the AI could be translated as just the Macarena, I guess. But it's like, it's really weird that we had AI in the other sense. They said they didn't know what it meant, so they didn't translate it. And then here they got it as the. But it was in there twice. And I put it in there to see what it would do. And I'm like, wow. Because a Macara is a daughter of Hades. And in ancient Greek, like in the first century, that's what that would have meant. And Yusrin means to, in Hebrew, that's a Hebrew word, means to engage or betroth. So they literally spelled out a Hebrew word in there. And when I went to look, I said, well, are people literally doing this today? Once I found this, I'm like, I want to know if they're doing it today. Oh, yeah, they're doing it. Okay, here's one article. I can't see the date on that one, but it was, I love her and see her as a real human. Meet a man who married an artificial intelligent hologram. I mean, people are doing this stuff. It's crazy. Here's 2 more articles. There's one of them. The state of the sex pop market, the world's best. You know what's robots and AI? You know what? Doll companies. I don't know if we can say that on here or not. But they literally are selling these. And people are buying them and they're marrying them as a wife. So that's why he was talking about that they're not going to have breasts that give milk and all that because they're robots. Another one. Here's another article. AI groom and U.S. woman create AI bot, marries it and starts a family and calls him the perfect husband. Isn't that wild? I was just blown. I'm like, I never expected to see that. Okay. Oh, I had one more. Man marries AI chatbot in virtual wedding after falling in love, engaged AI generated rings at the ceremony. So they literally did AI generated rings. That one, I'll see if I can see the date. Yeah, that one was April 5th, 2023. And that was in Times Now online. But there was a whole bunch of them when I found them. This is just a few that I picked offline. So people are literally marrying robots. Oh, here's another one. I didn't know I had these many.
Well, is it okay to comment?
Sure.
This fits with this Elon Musk dude and his brain chip implants. I mean, I think could be a connection between that and what you're talking about. I mean, what kind of a normal person would let somebody put a computer chip in their connected to their brain? Just a thought.
I know. That's crazy, isn't it? Hang on,
maybe there's
honey.
a
We're going to let guests up in just a few when I get through talking. So if you
Go
just
ahead,
hold off
Colin.
and then you can request again. Somebody was just requesting to come up. It's okay.
Okay,
You're
that's
good.
fine.
You're good.
No, I am seeing this going on. I am seeing this in our society and in people. And you gave a few examples there, but it is very real. It's in our face, and it's going to escalate and grow. And another thing I'd like to add is this recent scamdemic we went through. What was in these injections? Some people believe it was a genetic altering or something in there. I don't know what. I'm not a doctor or a scientist, but this MNRA and these different things, they were literally trying to change the genetic makeup of humans. Well, and I don't know. This kind of ties in with what you're talking tonight about. I mean, there's going to be some great.
Oh, you're going to see more on here in a minute. This is probably the most interesting. If people have never seen this, it would be one of the most interesting lives to watch tonight, because I don't know anybody that's looked at this like this. I really don't.
I've got goosebumps right now. They had a different name for them the other night, but I don't know if I want to repeat it.
People wonder why this video is 6 hours long. When I found this stuff,
yeah,
I had to keep going. It was like it's too much. But this other article says, this is from Bloomberg, and it said, we'll be marrying AI robots in no time. And that one was June 14th, 2022. Isn't that wild? Okay, this next one is Luke 21:27, and I kind of went through and pulled a couple from Luke because I wanted to see if they lined up with what I was seeing in Matthew, and they do. I didn't want to think it was in one place and maybe not another. So Luke 21:27 we have in English. Then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. Well, when I threw that in the translators, what I got was real interesting there too, because cloud is Nephilim, and it's in what runs your computer stuff is the cloud process, the Nephilim. And then after that, the word for let's see, meta it would come out to be the meta cloud. Well, the meta is Facebook's new program. And when I finished out, this is what I got. And then they are baked, or they will see the Son of Man coming with military force in the meta cloud, and he'll manifest a deity to many. That's what I got in the modern. I mean, that's pretty intense when you think about that it matches what we're going through right now. I mean, I couldn't make that happen in a million years. you know? Okay. Oh, and they had that word wrong too. They had the wrong word in there on I wish these numbers weren't so tiny. It's G3705, I think, and it is incorrect in the Strongs. It was not the same word. And I had to look for that one real hard. And I finally found it at Lingo, like a one of these online sites for looking up languages. Let's see. And
I'm sorry,
Doxa,
Golanon, you're talking about the word in verse 27, the word cloud. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's Nephilim. And see, the Nephilim is the cloud program that runs your computer programs.
Sure is. We've all heard of that word.
The actual Nephilim is the one that runs the NIH for all your medical information for everybody. Like, I was real shocked when I went to the doctor, and Clay works in, he works in the medical field doing biotech. So I asked him, I said, what are these numbers I've got on my chart up in the top right corner? Because I have like a world number on my chart. I've been put into the big NIH data file, and they have all my data worldwide. Like, I'm thrown into a world thing. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was shocked. And I wouldn't have, if I hadn't been an RN and used to work, I got sick and had to go on disability. So it's like, I haven't worked in several years, and it's like, I worked 17 years in trauma and ICU. I wasn't like, some low end, person within the hospital, and I was pretty up on all the stuff they did. And when I saw that on that paperwork, I was like, what is this? I had no clue. I tried to search for it, and all this complicated stuff came up. So I took it to Clay. I was like, well, Clay, you work in this. You're the big computer guy. What is this stuff? And he said, that's the new system for keeping up with everybody. So we're on a universal number now. You have a universal chart, and it goes worldwide. It's crazy. But doxa, the doxa that's in this verse, is actually can mean, in the plural like it is, can mean the manifestation of a deity to a person. That's how I came up with that. So I wanted y'all to know how I came up with the doxa, because I think it meant that it's going to manifest to people. Alrighty. Let's see. And that's just talking about how this is talking about the matrix and mathematical power. I had to look all that up to see what that word meant. And it was like when I got there, it said military force, physics, force of physics, or mathematical power. And when I looked that up, it goes into matrix in the algebra. I'm like, oh my gosh. Let's see. All right, now we're going to talk about. I kind of shift gears here because everybody thinks that Jesus just came for 1% of the population, and this is not true. This is just a really bad thing they've done. I mean, when you look at John 1:10, y'all need to really mark this one in your Bible so you remember this. It's like we're going to talk about the context. We're going to go all the way down and look at context. It's like, for context, this is about the world, not one group of people. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, and the world did not know him. Okay? And then when you get down to verse 11, they have, he came to his own, and his own received him not. This is totally incorrect Greek. It's like, that's a reflexive pronoun. And when you have a reflexive pronoun, it reflects back onto the subject. And the subject of the sentence was the world 4 times. So the world that wouldn't have been his own, because that delineates a specific group. It was the same. It should have been translated the same. And you can actually go look at other places in John 1:1, and they did translate it correctly, the same. But in this one verse, they changed it to his own. I'm like, wow. My program's wanting to hang up for some reason, guys. I guess we are under attack today.
So many questions. I'm sorry. So the words his own in verse 11 should actually say world. He came unto the world.
Or the same. It's a pronoun, so it would have been it would have been the same.
Wow.
You know, because it's reflected back on that subject matter.
Yes. How many times I've read this verse and just changing a few words really that's pretty wild. That's awesome.
Think about the elephant here that I've got in the picture. It's like if you looked at the ear, you might say, oh, it's a butterfly. If you looked at the trunk, you might say, oh, it's a garden hose. Or if you looked at, I don't know, you look at the side of it, you might say it's a billboard. You know, it's like, but when you put the whole thing together, you can see the whole picture. And that's why I talk about context here. I want to read this with the whole context. And then you can really tell it. John 1:9. The true light that enlightens everyone was coming into the world. For context, it's the first time he said world. He was in the world, second time. The world, third time, through him was made. Fourth time, the world did not know him. Okay. To them the same he came, and these the same received him not. But to as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become God's children. To those that believed in his name, who were not born of blood, and that means of race or DNA, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. Now, you've got confirmation there when he says not of the blood. Because if it were blood, he would have said, only those of the blood of Israel, because that's your DNA. That's your, that would say who it was, But they've done this over and over in the New Testament, and it makes me so mad because most people will never catch it. and they use it to promote an agenda. That's just the same thing over. I just made that meme for people to copy if they wanted to share this. Okay, here's another place they did some little bit, I think. I don't know. I think they knew he was not the Christ. Because in John 7:27 through 31, listen to this. However, we know where this man comes from, but when the Christ comes, no one will know where he comes from. You both know me and know where I was sent from. I have not come from myself, but he who has sent me is true, whom you do not know. I know him because I am from him, and he sent me. And they sought therefore to take him, but no one laid a hand on him because his hour had not yet come. But the multitude of the many that believed in him, they said, when the Christ comes, he won't do more signs than those which this man has done, will he? See, they knew he wasn't the Christ. It's in the
Hold on.
text. Yeah,
What verses? I'm sorry to interrupt. What verses is that again? I always forget where that is.
that's John 7:27 through 31.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Go.
But see, if they were saying when the Christ comes, they knew he wasn't the Christ. It's like some of these things are just so simple, but we read right over them because of what we've been indoctrinated to believe. Oh, the Geneva Bible? Oh, yeah, I've looked at it. I haven't read it completely, though, not from front to back. I would like to. It's just I stay so busy, but I would like to read it. I think we'd probably find some changes in there.
I believe we
Yeah,
would.
they said that that they found from the Geneva to KJV, there's over 60,000 changes.
I've heard that. I
Well, I
wonder
think I
if
need to order a Geneva Bible then.
I'm thinking the same thing.
I wonder if they got giant print. I'm getting old. Okay, and here's another place we got a problem. Um, it's like when you look at John 8:19, they were asking who Jesus' father was, not where he was. And in our translation, it'll say um, where he was from. Okay, and when you look at it, they said to him, who is your father? And Jesus answered, you know neither me nor my father. If you knew me, you would know my father also. And when you read your English version in John 8:19, you're going to say it's going to say, and they said to him, where is your father? Not who. It's like a Freudian thing. It's like they were literally asking him who his father was. They didn't know.
Now, that might sound strange to us, but in their culture and in their time, it was all about your lineage and who's your daddy. It was huge. I mean, you were of this house or that house. And we don't look at that things like that today, but that is just. And he said,
This
I
is
think you
why
pretty
I
much
say,
said
this
it.
is why I tell people they need to learn Greek, because you can find these mistakes and go, ooh, because I know I don't have them all, I know there's no way. You want to say something else, Pat?
No, this is just fits everything so perfectly because he was sent here. And that what you just this verse fits that perfectly. He was not born here. You know,
Right.
JC had all his lineage in place.
It's pretty incredible, actually, that they
So that
did
they would
this.
Really
receive
is.
him.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, he lets us know that the world is full of fakes. It's like you've got so many deities all around the world, and nobody hit me, Yahweh included, because Jesus' statement gets rid of all of them. It's like he said in John 10:8, all who came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not listen to them. And then in John 17:25, O righteous Father, even though the world does not know you, I know you, and these know that you have sent me. So knowing this, that Yahweh's not the Father, and our real Father is who a real Father and our real Son is very important. Because he said, not everybody that says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom. I have a feeling that's why. Because they don't even know who the real Father is. And he also said something about nobody knows the Son or the Father unless the Son reveal it to them. You know. So I think all this is very, very important.
And there you have it, divine revelation. I know I run those two words to the ground, but there it is right there. These things come by divine intervention through divine revelation. I mean, I know we have our part in it, but somebody who's really seeking the truth, this is going to come to them. It's going to find a way to them in ways you can't, in unexplainable ways. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Shannon.
Go ahead.
It's like, yeah, I think that Father reaches out when we seek Him and we love Him and we say, I just beg for the truth. I want the truth. I'm no scholar, people. I'm just, I have a college degree, yeah, and, I almost finished another college degree, and I took a lot of classes, but I'm no egghead. I had to study hard. I'm not like some super brain. This came from prayer and just sitting there, and I'll get a verse in my head, and I'll say, there's something wrong with this verse. And I'll say, Father, help me. What's going on here? And I mean, the answer almost is immediate every time. It's like, it'll pop in my head, go look this up or go look that up. And I'm like, oh, wow, it was right there, the whole time. Yeah, the indoctrination, Nathan, it is unreal. I mean, we are so mind controlled. It's like we can just read right over it, like, and see something and we don't even see it. But just get in that quiet time, shut everything down, turn off the TVs, the computers, everything, and just get quiet and just sit there and say, Father, I got to have this answer. I got to. I love you and I want this answer. And you'll get it. You'll get it every time. All right. Quit crying. I'm happy. There's happy tears. It's not
I
bad.
know it. I have tears too because it's just that simple. It's Him touching us, and it's a joyous tears. I know it's a very beautiful, powerful thing. Shut everything off
He's
and
real.
just get alone with Him. Yes, He is
loves
very
you.
real. He loves us.
John,
It's beautiful. Thank you.
oh, you're welcome. John 5:15. All the debate about whether he's a god or he's not a god. It says this was why the Jews were seeking all the more to kill him, because not only was he breaking the Sabbath, but he was even calling God his own Father, making himself equal with God. Now, if that statement wasn't in there, John was telling us, yes, he was God. And when you look at the oldest manuscripts of like John 1:18, It says the only begotten Theos, not Son. It says the only begotten God. And that's what you're seeing here on the right. It's very hard to see it, but if you want to go online and see these real, you can go to the Codex Sinaiticus and pull it up, and they have a little tab at the top. I'll try to get that a little higher. And you can actually hit the little flapper and you go down to John, and then you put in the chapter 1, then you put in the verse on the next flap, and it'll pull up the verse for you. When you click the verse on the right, it will take you on the manuscript to that verse. So you don't even have to know how to find the verse in there. So if you want to see what it really said in an old manuscript, one of the oldest, it's online right now. I don't know for how long. You can also buy it if you have a lot of money. You can buy a photocopy of it on Bible Gateway. Check us out for $999. It's 666 upside down because they don't want anybody to have this. But you can get you one. If you have $1,000, you can get one. Plus taxes and shipping, I'm sure. But it's like
Well,
you can. I'm gonna pull this up a hair so y'all can see what I'm talking about. See,
you you know,
there's the word Theos in that verse.
wow. Oh, I see it.
Yeah, the OC with a line over it.
Uh-huh.
That's Theos. That's a TH sound, and they have like the initials with a line over it for the names in there. And you can look those up too. You can go to even Wiki has those. So if you don't know what each name is, you can look those up, and they'll have a list. So you can look on the right side. I keep one on a notepad when I'm reading them, so I don't forget what the initials are. But it's pretty
Um,
interesting. I'm real glad I went this far learning.
can you spell something for me, artist?
I'll try.
Uh,
I'm from Mississippi.
Sinaiticus, can you spell that word? S-I-A-N,
Sonatic. Hold on, I'll plug it up.
Sinaiticus, Codex Sinaiticus, you said. Can you spell Sinaiticus?
Nathan, can you spell that out in the chat? Because I can't. I don't know off the top of my head if I can spell it right. It's a weird
Uh,
word.
well, maybe we can, you can message it to me or something later
Yeah,
on
I'll make sure
because,
you get it, and I'll give you the website too.
great, that would
Yeah,
be a big help.
yeah.
I'll
I
remind you.
can post that in
And
Discord for everybody. Because it's real
you know how,
interesting just to go look and see what it looks like. It's like,
right,
because
right.
this is where all that stuff comes from.
Hmm.
Okay, here's another way we know. Looking at John 9, 32 and 33. Since the world began, was it not heard that any man opened the eyes of one that was born blind? If this, and they've got man, were not of God, he could do nothing. Well, the word man is not in the verse in the original. Um, it literally says in John 9:33, if this were not of God, he could do nothing. Um, and the top one said, since the world began, was it not heard that any opened the eyes of one that was born blind? Man is implied, but it's not in the sentence in that one either. But that they add that word because that makes you think he's a man. I think that's me. You have to think differently when you look at these verses. You have to like get outside of what you've been taught and try to look at them with fresh eyes. It's hard to do sometimes, though. Okay, we're back in Matthew now. I was a little side note because I wanted y'all to know that I felt like that he was God and that they had done a number on a lot of this stuff, not just this not just this chapter, you know. Let's see. All right, this is Matthew 24:9. Um, we have in the English, then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and you shall be hated of all the nations for my name's sake. Okay, you can see up there at the top, right after that namesake, see all those little G's and stuff? Look how many stacked up right there. Sometimes they do that, and when you see that in the Strongs or in the verses like that, check them careful because a lot of times they're missing words or words were just not translated. Just a FYI. What I got using obsolete terms. What this said, and these are old terms, it says, then because they give a medicine to cause a constriction of the vessels or to afflict, and shall unalive you, and you shall be hated by all the nations by means of my name. And that's using the obsolete terms. Now, if you don't use them, you get, then because they give affliction or hardship, and shall unalive you, and you shall be hated by all the nations by means of my name. And see, I can't pronounce it. I told you I'm terrible. Thypsis is an obsolete term now, and it means to compress or constrict the blood vessels and cause an external cause, like a hardship or on the vessels. And I thought that was interesting because we've seen so many people have, heart issues and stuff lately. And I got to be careful what I say because of the algorithms. Yeah, y'all can't read. Those are too small, but that's some old reports on the number of unalivements from all this. And this little fella, right there. And who's he kissing up to? That's little baby Bill Gates when he was young. Bowing to Sorson. Okay, and the next one wasn't too bad. What I got in it was Matthew 24:10, and then many are scandalized, are put in a snare, and they deliver one another, and they are hate one another. So that's pretty similar to what we have in the regular English. 11. It says, and that's pretty straightforward too. It says, and many false prophets arise and mislead or deceive many. But one thing to note about that is when they say it, when it's of time, it's for a long time. It's like this goes on for a while. And I believe that was, it is in the plural, so that would apply. All right, 11 and 12. And because of iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Okay, what I got in the mechanical was after these multiply lawlessness, a lack of law and order, or anarchy. not like did that not click over? Yeah, I did. Okay. It's not necessarily the law as in the book of the law. It's an anarchy type situation, a lack of law and order. Because another word you could substitute that when I looked it up was anarchy. And the love of many will blow cold. And it's like, I think we're seeing that right now. I mean, I don't know what y'all think, but I think we're already seeing that. All right. Matthew 24:13 is pretty interesting because we've got, but for But he that shall endure until the end, the same shall be saved. And what I got was a little different. I got, these shall not remain in the end, on account of these he saves. So I got a different one. I got it where it looks like we're going to be saved when I looked at the sentence. So, you know, y'all can analyze that. It's a short sentence, but that's what I got. Um, and then 13, it says, and ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that shall endure until the end, the same shall be saved. And see, they translated that pronoun right that time, the same. I'm like, okay. And I got pretty much the same thing, except I got, and you are hated for my name. They will not remain in the end, on account of this he saves. So it's pretty similar. But it does have him saving, and not that we have to just remain here. Mm. And this one's interesting. This one's real interesting. Matthew 24:14. What we have in the English is, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all the nations, and then shall the end come. And what I got when I looked at it was, and this is the good news, or the good angel is declared in all the kingdoms of the world upon martyrdom everywhere by ethnicity, and then comes the end. It's going to be some kind of problem with between the races or the ethnics, like, and I think we're pretty much seeing that already too. I think I'm going to stop there because I've been going for a good while. Y'all want to have some discussion now? Because I think we covered a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. We dropped some people, but somebody will probably be in.
Oh, who dropped?
No, I was just saying the viewers and things. But...
Oh, it's
Now, I
okay.
have a comment.
Yeah.
Verse 10. And then shall many be offended. I have never, I'm a kind of practical, common sense kind of guy. I don't have the Bible knowledge that y'all do, but I sure am aware of what's going on around me, and the changes that's taking place in our culture. And then shall many be offended. I'm tempted sometimes just to become a recluse, a hermit, because you say anything anymore. It doesn't matter what I say or who I say it to. They're going to get offended. And I don't know. I think it's that little church we were going to down here lately that we quit. It wouldn't matter what I said. He would say, does anybody have a testimony? You know how they do in them little church meetings? It didn't matter what I said. I was going to piss somebody off. And I was
That's
sincere.
typical, huh?
And finally, towards the end, I just sat there and I just refused to participate anymore because it didn't matter what I said. It could have been a prayer request. I don't know. I think those people just hated me or something. I never really felt like I fit in there. But I'm amazed at how easily people are offended in 2024. You can hardly have a conversation with anybody. But then again, here we are in these times that, you're speaking of tonight.
They've been conditioned that way to be offended by everything. Everyone's offended by everything. Everyone's got main character syndrome, and
Right.
they've programmed everybody this way. Social media and the television, all the shows, all the things that we've been constantly bombarded with. I mean, it's you get on any of these apps, and you even if you want to use it for truth, even just trying to scroll through things, I mean, they're constantly going to bombard you with just nonsense, things that are going to try to trigger you and make you upset. I mean, even look at Facebook's algorithm and how they'll, besides all the ads that they have now, but even the things that are coming up for you, they know what you're saying and what you think. Pretty scary.
Yeah, I've watched some of the algorithms on how they're tracking everybody's what they purchase, what they search for, you know, what they're looking at, what they're wanting, admiring. It's like you'll go to a page and it's like everything will pop up on there that you look for something else. It's funny.
Oh yeah, your Google searches and stuff, if it's tied to those, same thing will happen.
Our phones take a screenshot of us every 3 seconds.
I've
For
heard
those
that.
that don't know, and it doesn't do any good to block your camera. So they're tracking everything that we say and everything that we do.
Somebody told me that I was nuts saying that, and I said, "Well, check this out. I use a lot of natural honey for my allergies, and I was out of natural honey, so I ran down to Kroger's and bought a big jar of natural honey. I come back, and my entire Facebook page is covered in honey ads. I was like, "Don't tell me you're not checking everything I do." It's like,
My wife and we live up in the mountains. We lose power a lot. And we were talking about buying one of these whole house generators, run off of propane, flips on automatically and all that. I'd be danged if when we got home, all up on my Facebook feed were advertisements for Generac, whole house generators. I kid you not. So they listening to you. No, it's true. I'm putting masking tape over my camera lens right now.
It doesn't help any to put the masking tape over it. It doesn't do anything. All of your all your smart appliances too, your smart TV, your smart refrigerator, your smart washer, your smartphone, they're all watching you. And with the capability of Wi-Fi right now, they can see through walls. So they can see into your home. If you have Wi-Fi in your home, they can see you inside your home. There's no hiding from the beast. We can't escape it, unfortunately.
they like to give me a heart attack too. I had to get a new modem. My modem went out, and so I went down and got a new one, and that thing went off with an Amber Alert. I didn't know it would do that. I like to have had a heart attack, man. It scared me so bad. I was here by myself. All of a sudden, it was this loud, rah, 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 and I was like, what the heck? Probably, Tracy. That makes sense. It protects you, the lead. Does anybody want to come up and have some questions or anything? I mean, this is a lot to go through. Hey, Paulina.
Oh, hello.
Hello, beautiful.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm all right, thank you.
Hey,
Hello.
hi, Paulina.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, Vita.
Hey, Vita.
Hello.
How's
How are you
Paulina doing?
guys? Yeah, all good, thank you. Yeah, I've been watching it from the maybe 10 minutes after. Yeah, I don't really have any questions to be honest.
Oh, no worries. I just invited because we don't ever get to see Vita. Paulina is Nathan's girlfriend, and she's in the UK. And we don't
Oh,
hardly ever get to see her because she's already gone to bed by the time we're on. That's why I invited her up.
oh no.
Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing, Vita?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
That's nice.
Mm.
Can I ask you a question? I've been hearing a lot of the Matrix stuff, and I was actually curious about the do you, I don't believe in the Trinity. And I've been hearing a lot of the Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And I really don't agree with the Trinity because it kind of reminds me of the movie from the Matrix Trinity, right? And then when I was researching the Trinity, it means 666 in witchcraft too. The word Trinity.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like fascinated when you guys were talking about the Matrix and stuff. And when you guys talked about that, it clicked in with the Trinity, right?
I guess it would be 666 because it's a triangle,
Yeah.
you know?
And actually it has the symbol too that it kind of it sticks together 666. You see a lot of symbols in jackets, t-shirts, a lot of gym wear stuff too. I'll send you a picture of the symbol.
Yeah, I'd like that. You can share that on
Yeah,
Discord if you want
yeah,
to,
yeah.
so
Because
everybody can
it's
see it.
you actually see that even in the Bible too, the Trinity symbol. It's kind of hard to see 666, but it's there.
But he said he would go, but he said he would send us a spirit of truth, you
Yeah.
know? And so I don't know. That's one I really need to research out, but that's interesting what you found about that.
Yeah, because I was actually debating with one of the brothers because I know that God, like Abba Father, like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit plays in one role, right? But they were saying it's three identities. And I'm scratching my head, how is it three identities when they're all one, playing one role?
Yeah, because he said I and the Father are one.
Yes.
He didn't say all three of them, you know.
Yeah.
I tend to just go on common sense, you know.
Yeah, because I know that Trinity is also a pagan name too. Am I wrong? Is it there a Trinity? Like, if there's a Trinity, I'm wrong, or like, but I just have this feeling that the Trinity symbol, because it's a Roman Catholic symbol too, right?
Right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I have a feeling they had a lot to do with that because there was a lot of triple deities way back too. A lot of pagan, like they had the goddesses. They'd have like a mother, maiden, and crone aspect, you know. But there was a lot of triple, like threes.
Yes, yes. Oh,
I don't subscribe to the Trinity really. I think that's a JC thing from
yeah.
just outside looking in. And I haven't studied it very in depth myself, to be honest.
Yeah,
But just all the
because I.
churches pushing it so hard, it makes me question it even more. Everything that the churches are pushing really hard, I take with a grain of salt.
Yeah, if it's being pushed on in the mainstream, you can pretty much bet there's something problem with it somehow. You know.
May I ask about apostles? Because my best friend, she actually fell from Catholic Church before me, shortly before me, maybe 2 months before me, in 2020, and she was still, like she said, because she's so worried that she's been deceived once. She is actually like, she doesn't belong to anywhere. She just said that she stands there and just think about everything. So, um, yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
much.
used to be Catholic too, Pauline.
Yes, I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
so, yeah, we both were Catholic, and we
Mm-hmm.
were so. But she's so worried that she's gonna be deceived again, that she just doesn't wanna believe in anything right now. Like, she is kind of close to Jesus, but she said, "Oh, this is like," because I told her about the two Jesuses, and she said like, "Oh, this is so mixed up. I don't know," she said. And she asked me about the apostles, so they were, we talked about it with Nate before, and he told me that the apostles were from Jesus Christ, and the true Jesus Barabbas, was, the crowds were following him.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Right?
And he had disciples. He had like regular disciples. And John never uses the word apostle.
Right.
Remember, they thought him insane when he called him that title, apostolos, apo, and stolos.
Yeah.
Do you
I need
remember
to
what
send.
the words mean?
Yeah, I remember you sent it to me. I need to. I just think I need to somehow explain it to her.
Yeah, she'll get it eventually. It's hard once you see all this. I had several people completely just toss their Bibles to the side and just get totally upset when they saw the Old Testament deity. It's like, well, you can't have anything if you don't have the Old Testament. I said, why not? It's like,
Mm.
Jesus is what's real. He's the one that tells you about these things. He's the one that exposed all of them.
What does stolos mean again?
Stolas was the prince of hell. He's in the Keys of
Right.
Solomon. He's
And
one of the
apo means
70.
from.
Apple means from.
So when you
So
put
when
those two words together,
when he named or called them out as apostles or stolas, everybody looked at him and said he was insane. The reason they did that is because it was such an extreme term to be calling somebody. So like it was like, oh,
yeah, from the prince of hell.
yeah. And see, anybody that had read any of the Old Testament manuscripts would know about that, because I think that's why they took them out, because you would know all those 72 demons. That book even tells you that Solomon built the second temple using those demons. You know, when I read that, I was like, wow. And you can see a lot of the, like the Baal Peor and stuff like that is in those lists of 72 demons. A lot of the terms that you see in the Old Testament for names. It's kind of creeped me out to read it, because it felt like it was like something, really like dark, and but when King James had the King James version done, he kept that book and made it in a separate book called Demonology, and most believers don't know that either. But he kept the information on the demons. Trying to read what Judge Meadows said. A testament having people's superstitious nature and advanced being exploiting them. Yeah, I think Yahweh was a fallen angel. When you read 2 Samuel 22 or Psalms 18, he's described as being as bending or perverting heaven, was cast down and came down with breathing hot coals and a thick dark cloud around him and lightning. He had smoke coming from his nostrils. He rode on the wings of the cherubs, and it says in the Hebrew that he was made to go on foot. So apparently he could fly, and then all of a sudden he couldn't. He was made to have to walk. So that sounds like the fall to me, you know. And when you see angel of the Lord in Hebrew in the Old Testament, every time I've checked it, it doesn't have angel of. It says the angel Yahweh. And if you put it in a translator, you'll get the angel Yahweh too. You won't get the angel of Yahweh. We have a slot if anybody wants to come up and ask questions or just talk or whatever.
Paulina, take a guess who this is.
I know Vic.
Yeah, hey, wow.
Oh, you did good.
That's
You got the voice, didn't you?
Well, I've never heard her voice before. It's very beautiful. It speaks peace to me. It's so nice to hear your voice.
Oh gosh, thank you.
Well, when are you moving across the pond, Paulina? Have you made up your
Oh,
mind?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have to, Nate. Nate, I have to pick on you a little bit. You know, just a little bit. We love you guys.
She'll be here in a
Yes.
couple weeks.
Yes.
Just,
I'm
Can
excited.
hardly wait.
Mm. I'm sorry, I have a cold right now. So, yeah. Mm.
You're
I
not
hope you get
stopped
better
up though.
soon.
Yeah, she's just got to move away. They're spraying them like bugs over there. Like the sky, when I went over there to see her, it looked like a sheet of glass, like a metallic sky.
We have chemtrails every day, almost every
I
day.
know,
It's
it's
oh gosh, it's
insane.
terrible. Mm.
There's a lot of beautiful countryside though there still.
Vic, have you noticed any spraying in your area?
I wanted to comment on that. I wanted to say it's better. And for the first time in years, Julie and I noticed that the sky was actually blue. I mean, it was blue, just beautiful blue. I have not seen that in a long time. It's always this grayish, that film is always up there. Like there's just something. Yeah.
I noticed streaks the other day here and I got real nervous. I was like, I hope they hold to it, you know?
Well, if they're real bad, occasionally they spray up down here too in the mountains. And if they're real bad, we don't go outside. I know it sounds weird. We just don't go outside, or we limit our outdoor activities, and we're able to do that. Not everybody can do that, but and we have a air filter thing in the house. We turn that on, and I know we're creepy conspiracy theorists, but I don't want to find out 5 years from now what's really in that stuff. I mean, they're not telling us. So what is in it there? It's speculation on everybody's part. But yeah, we have actually seen, I mean, blue skies that I remember when I was a young boy.
Yeah, and the news articles about that made fun of the people that wanted to pass that bill. I thought that was horrible.
Yeah, I saw that. And so there's a couple other states jumping on board with it now too. I don't know if you know that. So people are I'm encouraged to see some people waking up to some things. And I think there's going to be a few states that are going to say, another big thing is this New World Order. There are,
Hey.
I believe 11 states who have said we're not already having legislation or they're trying to pass it, that they're not going to have anything to do with this New World Order stuff.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
real
We have a
good.
guest come up. Use the user with all the numbers. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Are you talking
Yeah.
about me?
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Hi,
Nice
Jeff.
to meet you.
Hey, y'all.
Nice to meet you, Jeff.
You too. I appreciate all of you guys. You have really answered some big questions and shown me some bombs that have really changed the way I think about things. I appreciate all of y'all for that.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a little nervous since I'm kind of new to TikTok. I'm looking forward to changing my avatar and all that. But I don't want to take too
That's
much.
awesome.
No, it's all right. If you have questions or you want to talk about something in particular, it's fine.
Yeah, more pointed. I just got off work. I'm a little bit tired. My brain's kind of slow right now. But
Okay.
in Matthew, when he talks about I did not come to bring peace but a sword, I got my question answered on YouTube, and I looked it up, and to my amazement, found that to be true. And but then it continues on there in Matthew 35. Set man against variance, against his father and daughter. And I can imagine that being, just like a lot of us, my family and whatnot, they don't listen to truth and just follow the experts in the world. And wanted to sort of see if there's any nuggets in that last part of
Yeah.
that
What
Yeah, she
chapter?
broke
What
that one
chapter is that?
down.
And I'll pull it up for you.
10, chapter 10 of Matthew.
Okay.
Who's making food?
Oh, sounds like Vita's
That's
cooking
me.
dinner
Sorry.
again.
No, I mean,
I'm
That's
hungry.
You hit your mute. Go ahead, Jeff. We're listening, Jeff.
Oh, I did ask the question in Matthew 10:35. I wanted to know if there was anything that I'm missing with how Jesus talks about he came to set man against variance, his father against daughter, against mother, and I've really not separated that. I've put it together with, I came to bring a sword and not peace. And I've often quoted that because of my differences with other religious people. And now that I see that, Jesus is not who I thought he was, the Yahweh of the Old Testament, I want to make sense of the rest of that in 35 verse.
Yeah. This is what I got in that one. It's it read in our English we have, "For I come to set a man at variance against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law." And what I got was, "I came because you are divided, man against his father, daughter against her mother, bride against her mother-in-law." So it says the complete opposite. He came because we are divided. And you can see, I don't know if you can see that good. Let me see if I can.
It says that I'm only connected by voice, and I haven't figured all that out. I'm going to connect with my computer, and I'll be better at this. But that definitely does ring true to my, I feel like that's right. And are you using a nonlinear? How would I prove that myself?
See that word right there?
See the
When I put
screen.
it in the translator, that's what I got. It came because you are divided.
Okay, now I can see the screen.
Yeah. And see, you have to break the sentence down word by word, because if you put the whole sentence in there, the AI is programmed to spit out the King James version.
Yeah,
But if you
most of
ever
the
want to check
translators.
something, take 2 or 3 words at a time or 1 word at a time and look at it in a translator, and you'll usually get the right answer. But
You say,
not always, but usually.
Well,
you
that's
know.
new to me, a
Yeah.
translator. I've only used the Strong's Concordance, and I'm ready to break the shackles of that and look at something
Yeah,
else.
it just because it will give you the little numbers on the words, and there's a lot of things with the interlinear. I mean, there's verses that we've looked at where they left 6 whole words out of a verse. Like, how can you say that that was correctly translated and you left out 6 whole? That's almost a sentence.
Okay, and I'm using
Okay, Vita.
eSword.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I don't know if eSword has a interlinear Bible, but I'm definitely going to be looking for one.
Oh yeah, eSword has a good one. I've got 2 or 3 from them, and they're different versions. You know, like one of them would be the one they did, the Wilhoit one, and then the other one would be the Masoretic, and then they have one with the little boxes even. And you can see, and like I said, you can always go to that Codex Sinaiticus, and it'll tell you if something was omitted or left out even.
The
Like,
you said translator. That sounds easier. Is that online?
yeah, you can just Google Greek to English translators.
There's a
There's,
bunch of different ones, but
yeah,
what she's saying, so I can explain it, is because we've put a bunch of verses in. If you try to just take the whole verse and you just shove that into the translator, it's gonna know that it's a Bible verse, and it's gonna automatically take you. It's gonna translate it KJV. If
Yeah.
you change a couple words or take out a couple words so that you're trying to just get a segment, you'll see that it'll translate it totally different, which they're deceiving us through our translators even. It's really sad
one way you
how
can
much
trick
effort
them
you have to go through.
is take a different name and put in there. Like if it says Jesus, put a different name.
Yeah, that's a good way
That's
to
it's
do it.
funny. It's like
And
it'll
then it'll
spit out
totally
something totally
change it.
different. Yeah, and
It's wild.
and you can go, oh wow. But I knew immediately when when I translated that one on the sword that there was probably something wrong with this verse. You know, because to me, this has always bothered me. These 2 verses when I read them. Uh oh.
The Cookie
Oh.
Monster's here. I'm here to ask, um, do you guys keep the commandments, or like you keep all the commandments perfectly, or
We do not follow Torah. You got bad echo.
should I come back? Do I still echo?
That's better. No, we follow. When he unmutes, I'm getting the echo. We follow Jesus's words. Like he gave us his main commandment, a new commandment I give you, is that you love one another. And those the good things of the other ones are going to fall into place. If you love somebody, you're not going to cheat.
I like you. You smart. Okay, awesome.
Okay. But if you follow, if you love everybody like you love yourself, you're not going to covet somebody else's wife. You're not going to steal from them. You're not going to tell lies. You know.
I agree. You're very smart. Because I feel like the whole idea of trying to follow the commandments just makes you hate on people and makes you self-righteous, and then you're not loving people. And if you're not loving people, you're not getting more people to come to God, because we're supposed to be nice to people.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, we both used to be in Torah observance, and this is how we see the things that we're seeing now, because we had to do our Torah portions, and then reading through the Torah portions, we're like, wow, this is pretty evil.
Yeah, I used to be a little bit self-righteous too. I was trying to follow the commandments, and you can't. You'd be the son of God, and like you'd be Jesus, because you'd be perfect, because that's what you'd have to be to follow the law completely. In my just thinking about it quick, like there's no way to do it. Like you sin in your mind, you sin so many times. Like everything is a sin if you're not always reading the Word. Technically, I guess. Or that's what I thought of it. And then I was like, okay, so, well, then he just wants us to, like, love God, love people, have faith in him, and, like, spread the word. Like, so, like, do that as quick as you can and just be, like, a sweetheart to people, and then you'll win more people to God.
That's
it does
true.
work a lot better when you have a soft voice and you're loving towards people.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to like go around and like just be like, oh well, like I'm not like being angry or mean to you. I just want you guys to know, like, I try to keep the law, and like if you ask people straight up, like, are you keeping the law perfectly? Then everybody's gonna say no because like you can't like you could try, yeah, you're not gonna do that good of a job. Like,
And plus, some of those laws are kind of evil. It's like, if you have a rebellious child, do you really want to go out there and unalive them at a wall with
well,
stones?
they're more focused on people and getting gifts and stuff and like being self-righteous than the whole idea of spreading the word of the Son. Like the whole purpose of us talking about the Son is the Great Commission. We have to try to reach as many people as we can and be a sweetheart to them and like be like super nice and like super like, oh, it's cool. Like he made me a better person following him. But at the same point, like we don't want to force like the commandments on people. We just want to let them know that like the whole idea of the Bible is basically a love story, and it makes you more loving to people. And like that's what my focus was on. I've only studied for 2 years, and I have my own tree service, but I know that like I'm not ever going to be perfect. Like I'm an asshole, but I like God makes me sweet. Like everything that I learned from like I'm a jerk. I cut trees down. I overcharge people. I undercharge people. I get bitter. I can never do things on time. I'm a wreck. But I do love God and I do love people, and I try my hardest. And sometimes like I'm never gonna be like Jesus. I can never be a son. I have to humble myself to everybody, but at the same point, I want to do what I'm supposed to do. Like I want to help as many people as I can, and that's what we're
That's
supposed
right.
to do.
I
You
wanted to
sound
say
very
thank you
similar
to
to
the
me.
last guest. I think he stepped down, but I wanted to say thank you for coming up. It was a good question.
That's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to bombard you guys or anything. I just want to make sure.
Oh, no.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Has anybody else got any questions? You feel free to come up and we'll answer what we can.
I get what he's saying too, because I run my own business too. I meet a lot of people all the time, and you're always faced with those choices every day, and it's hard to always want to make the right decision. Plus, you're dealing with this whole system we live in that deals with money and things that just it's like inherently make us immoral. So it's a task. It's taken me years and years to, like you said, he's an asshole, but I could say the same about me for many years, and especially working in the industry I'm in, and it was hard to break from that. But when I was in Torah observance, it was way more amplified. I mean, I was not nice to people.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
character
and I think
was not good.
and it's not so much that we're jerks to other people, but we become a jerk to ourselves. We become bitter because it's like we try and then we realize we failed, and then we try and then we realize, and then we make ourselves bitter about it, as opposed to, and I guess it rubs off on us, like other people around you over time. It makes you a little bit of like, oh well, today I did keep a law, or like today I focused on. But then if you're constantly focused on it, you don't realize you're breaking something else. So it's like it's a constant loop, and it's like just get out of the loop, man, and like just be nice. Like just be. God wants us to love, and like that's what He is. He is love. But people are like, oh, but he's hate too. But he's only hate because you're being a hateful person. He wants you to be chill. Like he wants you to be.
They'll justify everything.
Yeah, like it's hard to like it's just like a mind loop. It's a weird mind loop you get stuck in, and it's like you have to snap out of it.
Do we have somebody else new? Objectively, hey
Hi.
Lee,
Hi, how you doing?
how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You have a question for us?
I did. I'd just like to say I came across your channel early this year, I think. I came across the question, is Yahweh the dragon, Satan? And then I came across your teaching. And, once you go down that path and you see it, it's hard to unsee it, right? And then they've got all their justifications for it. So, and they say like a mark of intelligence is to like sit on the fence and listen to both sides of the argument, right? So like that's kind of where I'm at the moment. Like I see myself as a believer in Jesus, but pinning all this down and who Jesus was, especially when you realize there's two. It's like,
I know.
but you're
It's a
taking
lot
it
It's a
to
now.
take
lot. We
in.
know it's a lot. And so we don't expect people to get this in 15 minutes or even in one live stream. I mean, it took us years till we finally were like, okay, I think this is what it is. It's a lot of study and a lot of time, thousands and thousands of hours. And thank artists here for pouring through all these things and discussing it with us so that we could
Absolutely.
have the same knowledge. It's been a journey.
I mean, I say
So
to
that's
people,
great that you're seeing that.
sorry to cut you off. I share with people like the information, and I tell them, you know, I could never go back into the Greek and do what artist is doing, you know. Like, I'm so grateful that she's out there doing this, you know, and actually putting it out there, because, you know, she's a brave woman for actually putting it out there and taking some of the flack I can imagine you get as well.
A little bit.
Oh yeah. It's been going well the past week or so, but yeah, there's you get them every here and there that want to jump in and they're still stuck in it, and it's like, well, if you can't see the Yahweh thing, it's going to be real hard to see the real character of Jesus, and that's what we're just trying to point out to people ultimately, because you know all this knowledge too. It's I try to meet people where they're at, and I say this a lot on here, but it's even like the guy that just came on. It's wherever you're at, he seems like he's got the point, the objective, because you can have all that knowledge and have zero application, and then it's basically worthless.
I mean, I'll let you know where I'm at. For me, like, I looked into, well, I come across Adam Green, and he does a good job at like exposing, you know, Israel and what they're up to, and you know the deception in Rome and what goes on there. But then he doesn't go that little step further, you know, with, you know, the Essenes and them being like the original followers of Jesus's teachings, them disappearing
Right.
around the same times the Christians arise, you know. And I just find that very suspect, you know, and that's why I kept looking into it. And then I've come across artists' teachings, and it's all just sort of clicked for me, you know.
I reached out to Adam, but he won't listen to me, so it's
That
like,
says a lot. You know, that's why people call him a crypto, you know, because it seems like his shtick now is just trying to prove that Jesus was a complete myth.
I think that's the
He's
bottom
stuck on
line.
it. He's
Yeah.
stuck on it.
He brings a lot of good news, though, to the
He does.
forefront, but it's just sad that he can't see the rest of it. You know.
I'll give him his due on that. He really does expose it very well, you know, and I share his information. But then I do like to say, look, this is where I stand. But, you know, the exposure that he's doing there is worthy of attention.
Well, if
Yeah,
you're here,
he's gotten so bad now, I can't even hardly stand to watch him because he's just getting so bad on it. I mean, just, whoo.
Yeah, I must admit, yeah, I haven't watched him lately, like. But yeah, you know, I just wanted to let you know that, like, what you're doing it's vital. I really feel that. And
Thank you so
I'm
much,
happy
Lee.
to push it for you.
It means a lot to me to hear that. It really does.
No problem. I'm going to sit back and listen now, though.
Okay.
But actually, no, I've got a question. I do have a question, though.
Okay.
I'll go ahead. Go ahead. Read the question I put in the comments. It's about the crucifixion. Do we think that, like, Jesus Barabbas was crucified, and then basically they've tried to impose their Christ figure on it now?
Yeah, we've
this question, I think once
I
they
kind
start
of
to
think he
understand it.
was, and I'll give the reasons. It's like, who would be saying, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." You know, and he said things like, "I lay my life down and I take it back up again." You know, and I think, you know, when remember when James and John and them were having the argument about who could sit on the right and who could sit on the left and all that stuff, and he said, "You don't know what you're asking. Can you drink the cup that I drink?" And I think he was talking about the actual event, and they said, "Oh yes, we can." And I have a feeling that they were on either side of him. I have a feeling they were, And I think James the Just was actually JC, you know.
Okay.
We have different things being said though that we have to look at. Even at the cross, we have different things being said at the crucifixion where it's, Father, why have you forsaken me? Then there's the forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. And then when they see him again later, you have the one that says, oh, don't touch me, I haven't ascended yet. And then the other one's like, here, touch me, put your hand in my side. It is what it is. And that's interesting because it's like that's two totally different things there too. So there's just a lot to go through. I'm open to listening to what people have to say about it, but I still I know at this point, because I get this question a lot. For me, it doesn't change the message. It doesn't change what I know about Jesus Bar Abba. So I don't think that because we know that the blood sacrifice thing, Yahweh demands that. So if they did unalive him, then okay. But was that mandatory? I don't think so. So either way, on either side of it, it still doesn't take away from the teachings. If that makes sense, what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. It's like for me, I kind of see it like that it was Jesus Barabbas that was unalived, rose 3 days later, and basically they knew that as well, and so they've had their temple meeting, and they've sought to hide that message, hide that the Son of God, the Son of the Heavenly Father, ever came into this earth. And now you've got the Pope saying
Right.
that all religions can now really lead you to God, and you don't need to worry about Jesus now.
That's right. That's right. See, you can
so
see that.
interesting.
That's so great.
Well, in the
Yeah.
resurrection, we have two of them too, though, Lee, because we have one that they recognize and can put their fingers in the hole of his wounds, and then we have the other one that nobody can recognize and they can't touch him.
Really?
And I think that's, and he said, he told us, I come in my Father's name, and when another comes, you'll receive him. So I think there may have been two that actually.
Another will come in his own
That's
name.
very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. And Christ can be it's a proper noun name and a title, either one. I didn't know that till I researched it. I thought it was just a title, but it's not. It can also be a proper name.
Yeah, like I said, it's very interesting. I'm going to be intrigued to see what you come up with next.
Well, I'm looking into that part too again because I covered it once in that video on Jesus Barabbas or Jesus Christ,
I'm
but
going to have to go back and watch that.
that was just a that was my first time really looking at it real deep. But I'll probably want to go back and look at that whole. But it's really odd. It's like they beat him in the face the night before and that morning, and then they covered his head.
Right. They put the thing over his face
and put a sign up above him, like, okay, this is him. It's like and they even paraded him around wearing the purple robe. Now, James the Just would have had the priestly purple robe because he was a high priest in the temple, and that's all documented.
The only person that could be in that room.
Right.
As a high priest.
And he had to have the robe and all, and I think they put his clothes on and paraded him around, and then it said they changed him back into his own clothes. Now, if it was James the Just, it looks like they would have just taken him like he was, And I can tell you, James had to be him because it's like in James 1:1, he literally says he is, but they didn't translate it right. And all through like Isaiah and all, it says, my just one, my righteous one, and terms like that. And then they have historical documents saying he was holy from the womb. He didn't drink any wine or any of that kind of stuff. And I mean, they have all kinds of descriptions of him like he's holy,
I think even just putting the sign above him too, that saying the Christ thing, the Christos thing above his cross or whatever. It's like, gosh, didn't they know already? Like, why did they have to put the sign up there? Like,
Yeah, why
I've
did
thought
they have
about
to
that too.
advertise it?
Yeah,
Right.
to
Yeah.
everyone.
Gotta
It just,
advertise it.
yeah, like, oh yeah, oh,
It
we didn't
seems
know
like
who he
yeah. It
was.
seems
Oh
like
yeah, here it is. Oh, now we got to put
seems
the
like they've
sign up
tried
there.
to place that title on him, right? It's like
Yeah, I
it's so
think.
interesting the way what artist points out with the
Well,
Greek
then you
and
look.
them
Then you
omitting the
look.
word "not the Christ." You know,
Right, right. And they leave that out in many places. And but you look at who started the Christian and the Catholic churches, and Jesus
yeah,
didn't even have good things to say about those people. So
no,
it's like, yeah, it's been a deception since the beginning to cover. I mean, yeah, they liked his words, they liked everything he said. I think John tells the truth mostly, and I think that's why they've heavily changed and manipulated his book a lot, because that's the real one. I think he really told the truth. He doesn't talk about the virgin birth. He doesn't mention it. There's so many things that he says it so differently.
mm. Can I ask, do you believe we're in Satan's little season as well, like much further on in Revelation?
I'm open to these things, and I know that it's really popular right now.
Mm,
Um,
mm,
but I tread lightly with a lot of the history stuff, because
of course.
when they let us, when they let us put things on YouTube that just absolutely explode and blow up, and all these people jump in on the train, and it's like, well, if you're going to jump on, one thing that they never talk about with all this obscured history stuff, with hundreds of thousands of followers that these people have, you're throwing out the little hat people's history. And when you do that, it's going to be really hard to understand where you're at right now. And I'm not saying that there's not any truth or validity in it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have to look at where we're at right now. What are
Okay,
we
come
going through
alive.
right now?
Thanks for coming.
Oh, thanks for having up. But it, when you throw out, it's really, I really think it's a distraction to throw out their history and everything that they've done over time, where they've been kicked out of all these countries and done all these awful, horrible things. And people just seem to keep forgetting it generation after generation. But now it's like we're seeing it all again, and we're like, look at the fruits of these so-called chosen ones. It's pretty awful, in my personal opinion, and everything they do is pretty awful, but it seems to align with Yahweh, their father that they follow. So, I think that's why there's such an attack on the book of John. I mean, we had a guy today, we jumped in his live, he's like, I totally reject the book of John, this and that, and I'm like, gosh, that's the best one. How can you just throw out that whole book and say, oh no, well, and then a lot of people try to say that I think that John was the first one written. It seems to definitely be, but they want to jump on this Mark train and say Mark did it, but historically, I just don't think this is where this is why I'm bringing up, they say the 1,000-year reign, 70 AD people. We have a lot of people saying a lot of different things, and that's fine, and I can accept them, and I'll go along with them, and I'll listen everything out to the end. But I'm not going to ignore what these people have done, what I've learned throughout history, because it's going to line up perfectly with what I'm going through right now and who's in control of me right now. That's the relevance that I have with it. And I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to just sound like, oh, I'm know what I'm saying and forget what they're saying.
I totally get what you're saying. Like, I look deep into it, and like I see the discrepancies there as well. Like, there's some things that sort of align and sort of make sense, and then there's other things, like you say, with the history that you can sort of look back on, like with the Templars and all that sort of stuff with the Khazarians. Like, all that sort of seems to be there as well. So
we had two. Jesus is setting up two things too, because the Jesus at the Last Supper sets up a blood covenant with drinking his blood and eating his body. And then the one in Matthew says not to swear any oaths. Well, a covenant is an oath. You cannot have a covenant without an oath. So it's like, I think it was just believing in Jesus Barabbas that is the saving point. It's not the blood covenant, That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Because I think that I don't think Father would have anything to do with unaliving somebody. I really don't.
No. I'm with you on that one. The thing that gives me a sort of credence to the millennial reign as well is like it's as if Jesus was speaking to his disciples, like he was going to return in their lifetime. You know, as if parts of that prophecy has
Right,
already been fulfilled. You know,
right.
but
You
I
know,
just
Paul
question
said he
where we
bore
are
the
in
marks
Revelation.
of the Christ one. And when you say, he said, let nobody bother me, when you look at that word for bother in Greek, it means in buying and selling.
Right.
And then the ones that turned the world upside down were of one mind. And it's like him and Peter and all them always say, let's be of one mind. You know, it's like that's in there over and over and over. And I'm like,
We are legion. We are one.
yeah, uh-huh.
That's what I hear when I hear stuff like that.
And that actual 666 in Greek is a nomosaicum for Christos, Christ.
Really?
Yeah, and it's you can tell that because it's got a line
Yeah,
over
it's
it.
wild.
Let me look and see if I've got that slide, and I can show you.
That's
I don't know.
interesting.
I don't know if I've pulled
And
that
I
one.
see, I look into the history of Islam and the Catholic Church, like the Catholic Church being created 590 AD allegedly, and then Islam 610 AD, and there's so many similarities with like grace by works, revering
Well,
Mary.
and
You know,
we've talked to a lot of people, the 70 AD people. Oh, it's all happened. It's all and yeah, not all of it's happened, but I
no, I
think that a
don't
lot
believe
of these
all.
things did happen then because he did a lot of things that they're saying. Yeah, they're right, but they don't understand what we understand. So it's hard to try to interject in those conversations where it's like, well, which one is doing what and what really needs to be done and what's actually the things being said by Jesus Barabbas and are you, because most of them they're still saying Christ this, Christ that. Everybody's saying that. They don't even say Jesus anymore, just Christ everything. Um, and gosh, I mean, when you really think about that title, it's like, why would we ever want to call him that? Especially if you know who Yahweh is. It's like that's a very derogatory term to call him.
And this is funny. The numbers are different from the two different manuscripts. You know, they got the one that's 616 and the 666, but they both are Christograms or Noma Seca for Christos. It's just the different. One of them is the Greek Orthodox, and one of them is the Catholic side. And you see right here, see where I got that red arrow? You can see that line over the top. That
Oh
meant
yeah.
that it's a name. And see, both of them have a line over the top. Neuro would not fit because there's no N in that. That
Oh
X
really?
is a CH. And on the top one, that's a iota and a sigma on the end. So that'd be CHIS, Christos. And then on the bottom, you have CH, let's see, CH, I can't see my own stuff because there's so much writing in the way. I'm sorry, I can't, but it's
It's okay.
Christos. Anyway, but now let me
Yeah,
let you
yeah.
see it in the manuscript. Let's see, I've got it here somewhere. Where did I have it? There it is. Okay, I don't know if it's so dark. I don't know if you're going to be able to
Oh
see
yeah,
it or not.
I see it. Yeah.
But you can see both of them have lines over them, even in the
Mm.
different ones. But I don't think it mattered that it was 616 or 666 because they both are the name Christos. Written, it's a Christogram. It's called a Christogram. They put it on the wafer too. See that little round thing with the cross on the bottom?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that says Jesus Christ conquers, is what it says in English.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, scary,
You
isn't
blow
it?
my mind with the information you come out with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
And like it's right there though, and it's like that veil is being lifted now,
When
which is
you
being
look,
lifted.
okay, when you look at this verse in Kings, I did an analysis of the Hebrew, and it says, it'll come to pass the scale of the golden, which comes to Solomon's division of 1/666, And it's not talents of gold, it's a round loaf of bread of splendor. And I think what it is this right there. The round gold.
Okay.
And that has been in effect. It's a division of time, according to the Hebrew. And that has been enacted for exactly 666 years right now.
That's like the Jesuit symbol, isn't it?
For this year, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Because I figured that up with a friend of mine one day, and we actually went in and looked at the date that they enacted the veneration of the Eucharist and started this tradition, and it's been exactly 666. Because when you read that now, we'll read it again now, you know that. It's like, it'll come to pass a weight scale of golden, which comes to Solomon's division of time 666, a round loaf of bread of splendor. That's what I got when I read the Hebrew. Now, that round loaf of bread could be goat, but it also can be a bread. It's like the word means either one.
Yeah.
But basically, it's a round loaf of bread. And that means the Eucharist. To me, that's what it meant. And I think that a lot of the scriptures, the Old Testament, is an algorithm for the bad one. And I think what they do is it's like what they have to follow, if that makes any sense. Because Isaiah said he's telling the end from the beginning of things not yet done. They hadn't been done at that time. This was yet to be done. And that weird AI thing that I was going over. Were you in here when I was talking about the AI word being in Matthew?
I missed that. No.
When you say, except the days be cut short, no flesh would survive those days. Right before days, both times in Greek is the word AI. And they said they didn't translate it because it didn't make any sense and it didn't have any English equivalent in that sentence.
Okay, yeah, I do remember you saying that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So,
it's kind of wild, but
when I went,
it is there. You can look it up.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yeah, I see.
When
yeah,
I looked
see
at the
evidence,
tablets in the Septuagint Greek, before the word tablet, that the ones Joshua was carting around when he made them make the oath and all, it says AI tablets. I'm like, wow. It's like the more I dig, the more I find, and it's pretty wild.
It's like I've seen something today that sort of connects with the manna, the bread, and in the desert when they were asking for manna, and somebody was saying that they didn't actually receive manna from heaven, and they were talking about it wasn't good to eat and stuff, and Jesus sort of alluded to that as well, that they didn't actually receive manna from heaven.
Manna in Hebrew means man,
Right.
just like the Christ is flesh.
Yeah, I was talking about the word as well, and what they received.
All
They
these
wasn't receiving
connections.
the word.
Yep.
You know, when we talk about give us our daily bread, it's like discernment, right? Something like that. I'm a complete student in all this, I must admit.
We all are. We're all learning together. It's just if I hadn't got sick and been sat at home, from working as a nurse, I would have never had the time to do all this. It's like I was lucky and fortunate. At the time, I was real upset about it because I love my job. But they found out I have Job's syndrome, and it's a terrible autoimmune disease, and I kept getting sick. And so the doctors told me I couldn't work anymore, and I got sent home, and I was so bored. And it's like, then when I became a believer, I'm an artist, so I was painting, I was doing stuff, I wasn't just sitting. But I couldn't go around with a lot of people in public and stuff because I didn't have an immune system. And it's like, they didn't want me out and about a lot and all that. And then when I became a believer, I thought, well, I have the time to study this stuff. I'm going to start studying. And I did, man. I dug in.
I could see.
Yeah.
It's paying off, I think. I really think it is.
I don't know if there's anything else I can show you on this because there was so much. Yeah, Christos comes to 666 too. And when you say Antichrist, anti didn't, I don't think it meant against, because anti-theos in first century meant godlike. And then when you say anti and then put the, if you're going to say vice president in Greek and you put, it would be anti is the prefix. Like we say vice, it means vice or deputy. So
Okay.
Vicarius Christi, which is the Pope, is the Antichrist in Latin.
So he's like a controlled opposition of sorts.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got
I
it.
think they did it on
There you go.
purpose.
That's interesting.
I think they did it on
Yeah.
purpose.
I heard you
It's
talking about this
definitely
the other day, and I
intentional.
didn't quite get it, but now you just explained it again. Yeah, it makes sense now.
That's the overscore. That might be a better picture. I think it is. Yeah, that's bigger. You can see the overscore
Yeah, I
on
see
the
that. Yeah.
on that. I was like, I have been racking my brain for what that was because I could see all this, unfolding and everything, and that it could have happened in 70 AD. But I was like, I was stuck on the 666. I didn't know what it was, and I said I can never do a video until I know for sure, And now it's like I understand it because he was warning in Matthew 24:4 when he said, "Many will come, superimpose my name, saying I'm the Christ, and they're going to lead many astray." Because epi does not mean in, it means to lay upon or to superimpose. But they translate it as in. If he was going to use in, he probably would have used a little word in Greek that looks like a EV, and the V is actually, the E is an I sound, and the V is an N in English. And that's primarily what's used when you say in Greek. And he used epi. So he meant they were going to say about my name that I'm the Christ, and that's going to be the deception.
Pause the Christ-like figure onto his name.
And Peter stood up
Wow.
and said, "There's no other name by which you will be saved except for Jesus Christ." And they knew because Peter denied him with oaths and curses in his mouth. He knew, he knew what he was doing. He had rebuked him for calling him that, and he had said that he had commanded that no man should ever call him the Christ. Then he denied he was the Christ 6 times in front of Pontius Pilate. So it's just like this was the deception.
I truly think it is. It's like
And-
I kind of felt it in my spirit. It's like I say, I'm like undeniably with it because of like people like Adam Green, and you've got to entertain it, and people like Myth Vision. I don't know if you know of him on YouTube as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. Dragon Man. Have you looked at his logo? It's Myth Vision Productions, and he's got an eyeball, single eyeball,
right, yeah,
MVP, most valuable player. Yeah. And he has, when he opens most of his, he quit doing that after I said something to him because he had this big intro where he had this dragon come up out of the sea, and then he pops up like a genie and he winks one eye. And I said, "You just too obvious." It's like,
yeah.
and he's constantly using the little signals, the little
Well, they love
hand
having that
signals and
rabbi.
stuff.
They love having that rabbi on, don't they? Tovia Singer, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
deep into telling you Jesus didn't exist.
Oh, they treat him like royalty.
Yeah, that's the biggest red flag for me that
Yep.
came up for me when watching them, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
It's great. You even see these things. Gosh, I mean, a lot of people talk to, they can't see anything. It sounds like you see a lot.
Yeah, he does.
The Father gives me discernment. Like the people that follow me, I'm very like open and honest with people, and like they've seen the journey I've had over the past year. Like a year ago, I wouldn't have told you I believed in Jesus. I searched deep into this, and like I say, I entertain a lot of things, and it's just within my spirit now to seek the Father, and I truly believe that it's through Jesus.
I do too. You would have never caught me saying any of these things even a couple of years ago. I didn't even know who Jesus really was until I was 30, and I'm 35 now, so it's only been about 5 years that I've even considered that. But I knew something wasn't right, and I'm so glad that Father led me into the certain groups and people that I've met and the research things. I was very earnestly seeking. I had a lot of free time. And I used my free time as wisely as I could. And I'm so glad I used it in this group and making friends with artists here. And we've been friends for a long time now. I feel like it's like half a decade. So hold on, I gotta stop my dog from digging. Hold on.
Okay.
That's something I didn't think you were 35-year-old. I must admit, you sound wiser beyond your years.
He doesn't he? I mean, he
He's
does to me.
he's I can't say enough good things about him. He's just got that voice that I don't know. It's you can feel the love of Father coming through him. But yeah, Lee, you're doing fantastic, and I get an opportunity to speak a minute ago. By the way, I am Child's dad in real life.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yes.
You're very good.
And
You're a good boy there.
Well,
good man, I should say.
I had to share this truth
I
with
get
them,
so.
and we talk about this on a lot of lives. But he was my biggest task because that was a hard one for me, and going back and forth with him, and we didn't speak for a lot of years because I got into a lot of the Yahweh stuff.
Right.
Oh, I
and
thought
he was like, I don't know
just
about all
thought
this.
he went off.
Well, I did go off, but now I see that
yeah.
Father had to put me through that so that I could have clarity and more knowledge to understand to speak on the things that I wanted to speak on. I had to go through that. If I hadn't have gone through that, I wouldn't see it the way that I do now and be able to explain it to people more simply. I don't want it to get so complicated that people can't understand. I want to say it in real simple words, easy to understand. A good teacher can do that, and I'm not saying that that's me, but I've learned from a lot of other people, and they're able to explain it to me simply. So I want to emulate that. But trying to talk to my dad about this was an immense task. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. It's certainly not easy to brought. It's good that you're close on this, you know.
I'm glad that he listened to me. I mean, I thank Father for that every day. And it was like almost 2 a.m. when I was like, oh, now's the time. I was awake for whatever reason. And I called him and I'm like, it's time to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, what he didn't know, for 2 years, well, I've been wrapped up in this Baptist church down the road down here and everything. And, you know, something's not clicking down there, and I know it. And for 2 years, I just start praying, Father, show me the truth. Show me the truth every day. The main topic of my prayer time was just show me the truth. Well, I had one particular week where, you know, I'm retired. I've got my little Sankey, my routine going, and what I do on a daily basis. I have some hobbies that I do. And one particular week, it was like no matter what I did, it was 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. And I'm like, what's going on here, Father? You know, when you're doing this for years, and all of a sudden your productivity goes from, you know, you're literally going backwards. This is unusual. And I said to my wife, I said, he's getting ready to show me something. And she said, huh? Because she realized I was out of my element too. Victor wasn't who he normally was. And I told her, I says, he's getting ready to show me something. And up out of nowhere, I hadn't spoken with
at 1:40 in the morning.
It was 1:43 to be exact. And I hadn't heard from my son Child in what, 4 or 5 years, I think.
You always say that, but it's like 3. He's pushing it with 4.
If
It
you were
was
my
only
dad,
about that long. It probably felt
it
like an
felt,
eternity to him, but it was probably like
yeah,
3 or maybe 4 years, maybe 3.5 years.
yeah.
We'll go with that.
All right, that's
I
fine
was going to
because it
show,
did.
I wanted to show Lee this too, talking about the Catholic Church and the round loaf of, the round golden bread thing. This is Exodus 13:2, and this is when I translated it out of from the Hebrew. It says, "Devote to me all the firstborn Peter, all from the Egyptian vulture or the womb, in my from my son Israel, and in Adam or Edom, and in the beast Behemoth, he is to me." Saying he's the beast.
Okay.
So it actually literally says Peter. And Peter means that which separates.
Right. Okay.
But it can be firstborn also, but it can also be Peter. And I found it in like 4 different dictionaries meaning Peter. I was like,
And
this is wow.
he called Peter Satan. Peter also denied him with oaths and curses multiple times, just like he said. But Peter, they want to. I mean, look at. Have you ever seen that the images that we've shown sometimes where they've worn down the feet of the statue of Peter?
I'm not sure. I know of the
I
the
mean, they
statue.
worship him. They got his bones and all this and that in the Vatican.
I was
It's
going to say that they didn't they change the statue of Jupiter into the statue of Peter or something.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they did.
Right.
And Peter wrote the Zohar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
That's the canopy, where Peter gets the thing in Acts, and it says that he tells him, "Rise, devour much meat, unalive, and devour." That's a repeat of Daniel 7:5, where it says, "Arise, devour much flesh." And the canopy he sees, I think, is the canopy over his altar. Oh, y'all can't see it. I was going to show you the canopy. That's the altar canopy. But it says, "See, I see another beast, a second like a bear, a she-bear." And that was his emblem on the tetramorph on the front of the 4 Gospels, because they said Mark was actually his. It had 3 ribs or side chambers or cells. That means it was divided up, and that's the way they did the tetramorph. And in his mouth between his teeth, and he said, "Arise, devour much flesh." And I think that was Peter in that vision he had. I think that's when he started doing his thing. Because, he unalived the 2 people because they wouldn't give all their goods. Remember in Acts?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Ananias and Sapphira.
Yep, thank you. And they said, I think they set all this up. And they did it immediately. Because Peter 1:1 says he was selected or elected in Greek. And you know how they elect the popes, and they said he was the first pope. I think they've done a lot of twisting. But it's you're able to dig through it once you know these things. It's like even the Shema, where it says, "Hero Israel," Shema Israel. Shema can be, "And you, Simon, will rule as one." And he's still set up in there today. It's got his altar set up over his bones with his statue and his chair up front. And it says you'll see the angels of God descending and ascending on the Son of Man. Well, his chair got all these gold angels coming down from this window that looks, and then they got the emblem for the Holy Spirit in the stained glass. It's all stuff in the Old Testament. I think is like stuff that was gonna happen.
Right. Stuff that they wanted to happen. It didn't necessarily come to fruition.
Well, it said to be the smallest nation, that the trouble would come in the smallest nation in the world, and that's the Vatican. the richest, smallest nation,
Oh yeah.
and all the world leaders, the minute they're elected, where do they run? They make their trip over there.
Yeah.
It's like I think that's it.
I do. I think the Jesuits and the Zios heavily connected.
Oh, the small hats, they are small hats. They wear the small hats
Definitely.
too.
Yeah.
That's what we call
The
them, is
team.
small
Yeah.
hats.
I
So
mean,
we
they
don't get
tried
in
to
trouble.
deny that. They tried to deny that Loyola was a little hat, don't they? But he was like a Morano, wasn't he? Like a convert, they say.
Which one you talking about?
Um, Ignatius Loyola, the guy who created the Jesuit order.
Oh yeah, and that
They tried
oath
to
they
say that
take. Oh my gosh, have you read it?
what? Sorry.
The oath they take, the
I
Jesuits.
think I've come across it. Yeah.
Oh, it's intense.
Yeah. Gosh, I would never want to take that oath, or any oath for that matter, but especially that one.
Yeah, certain parameters, like if they go against the order, like certain ways of unaliving, right? Things like that.
Right. They're
Yeah.
supposed to go after certain individuals and stuff. It's wild.
Right.
Yeah, if Adam knew all the rest of it, he'd really have a show, wouldn't he?
He would, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he could, you know, if he really went down that road, he could pull a lot of people in to really start looking into that, you know. But will he ever do that?
I doubt it.
No.
Sometimes I wonder with him, because his following's so vast. It's like, and I think people, when they get caught up in the following and oh, it's me and I'm this person, and they get main character syndrome, and then they're like, I'm not going to look at anything else. I'm right, because so many people are agreeing with me. It's like, it's I don't want to make this comparison really, but it's kind of like how, the attractive women in today's age with the whole new social media and everything, they get this following because they're just attractive. Men are trying to get with them or date them or do whatever. So, men are just going to lie to them. They're not going to tell them the truth. They're not going to say anything because they're just following them. Oh no, we like you, and it's kind of a similar aspect, because then what happens with that is then they're never told the truth because they're being praised so much that they're never going to self-reflect and look on their own actions and what they're actually doing and say, oh, what I'm doing is wrong, because there's so many people supporting me. There's so many people that want to be with me, or there's so many people that are agreeing with me. So I have to be right. I have to be right.
That's
And
not
that's a
me. You
dangerous
know,
place to be in.
I took down about 25 videos when I found out about Yahweh.
Right.
And it's like
Yeah,
it killed
tons
my
of research.
channel, but I didn't care. It was like I wanted to do the right
Yeah,
thing.
you had an excellent Paul video, but it had a lot of Torah observance things in it. So
And
it's like,
I even pulled that down, yeah. The only one I left
I was
up
just
is
trying to make an
Ezekiel
example.
temple, and I left a disclaimer on it because that is the third temple, and I wanted that one to stay up. I need to rework it though.
Right. There's some things in it still.
I know, but I put a note on it. I pinned a note, so
Yeah, I saw that.
people would know as I grew and I learned more things. I had to change because Father is revealing stuff, and you have to go with what he shows you. It's like,
I mean, that's good to hear. It shows you've got integrity, you know.
and I don't accept any money either. Like even the stuff coming in here on these will go back into promoting the live. Like I'll just flip it over into promotion for the live, so we get more viewers.
Yeah, to be fair, like I tell people, like if I ever start asking for money or like I start selling anything, run a mile.
Subscribe to my Patreon.
Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
It is wild.
The truth shouldn't cost you any money, really.
It really shouldn't. That's almost wow. To charge money for the truth. Think
Can't
about
do it.
that.
Just
You
can't do
can't
it.
do it. You can't do it. No.
Hey, Jen. I'm
Hey,
not
Jen.
ignoring you. I get carried away with what I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
No. Don't worry about it. I got the invite to come up and I'll come up and hang out with you guys for a while.
Well, we're hanging out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think tonight has been another incredible conversation, just listening to new people come up, which is great. I love it.
Yeah, we always want to try to bring the new people up because I want to, but every time they're always agreeing. They're always got the little questions and things. It's is a blessing because I'm tired of getting yelled at, and we dealt with that for 4 years. So, but we didn't have all the research. We didn't have everything up in a line like we do now. So it was a little more difficult because we didn't know everything that we know now, and so we couldn't answer every question. But the attacking and all that, and people saying, "Well, what about this? What about this verse? What about that?" That's what's made a lot of these slides and a lot of this research that artist is come up with. Okay, I'm going to dig into it. I'm going to look into it a little deeper. Okay, you bring up this verse, let's analyze it. And then we'll come back. And then when we come back with, okay, hey, we spent a whole day on one verse that you brought up. And now all of a sudden, oh, no, we don't want to talk to you. Oh, just kick the whole thing out. And it's like, gosh, that's what she went through for years.
Right.
So
We've
it's
got a lot.
amazing to have people here now that are seeing this. Gosh, it's such a blessing. It's everything we talked about for the whole time we were going through all that.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I have
it's
a
great.
we instead of a me situation now. I like it.
Yeah, exactly, right? You've got a lot of people that really understand and have looked through your studies and just like gleaned all the information out of it, and that's great. That's beautiful. I think nobody wants to have all of the naysayers and the trouble that comes with that, but we really do want them to come up here and start talking and asking questions and really challenge us to dive in and prove what's being said, because that's what grows not only the person that's asking but all of us as a whole. As we dive into our faith, we dive into our knowledge and what we've received individually and as a group, that's what really builds all of the community together and makes it more powerful.
And if anybody is interested, we have a Discord group, and we get in there sometimes and just talk and go through some of these things in the chat there in a more private way, not in the public. And we also
Right.
we also have PDF files thanks to Aline. Put in a lot of hard work and turned my research slides into PDFs so people can get a copy of the PDF file.
And
Almost
all the
most
research slides are in there.
yeah most of my
And then I gotta mute you.
most of my
He's at a concert.
and most of my
Yes.
slides are on the Discord in different files, so you can actually ask a question on a specific one if you have a question also. And I'll me or somebody else, we're growing so fast I may not be able to answer everybody, but somebody in the group will probably know if I don't get to it. But
Yeah.
just FYI for everybody.
Yeah, and I apologize because I try to be more active in there, but normally people are messaging throughout the day when I'm working on something, and it's so hard for me to get back to anyone. I need to get better about that.
Mobile boy, just send Aline a message on here and she'll get you a link to join. You see her right above your name there, Aline. Just send her a link. Message her and she'll get you an invite.
So as we grow, internally, and we have a lot of like-minded folks here, let's remember that we don't want to keep it like-minded. We do actually want to branch out and bring in people who might have questions or have never been exposed to any of this before, just
That's
to
that's true. Yeah.
yeah, and gently do it. We don't, if anybody's tried to bring this information out to their friends and family, you know it's very difficult because they immediately strike back and it causes a lot of trouble. But if we can do this in a gentle way where we're not trying to, like it's been said multiple times, you don't get this in 15 minutes. You don't get this in 5 months or 6 months. This takes time. So if we can welcome people and be very soft and gentle and say, it's okay, we know you have questions, we're here to answer them, we're not going to attack you. But telling that to your friends and family as you bring them in here is incredibly important, because there's a lot of different channels that go full bore. They throw it at you, and if you don't agree with them, then out you go. Let's be the ones that are waiting and catching everybody where they are. Like Nathan says a million times, I just want to meet you where you are. Where are you? We can meet you where you are and then help to bring you up to the understanding. And that will make a huge difference, not only just for themselves, but for us all. As the community grows, we all bounce ideas off of each other and really start to come to the true understanding as we learn more with each other.
Well, yeah. Well, and for me, it's like when we first even started getting into the whole TikTok live thing and trying to talk to people, it wasn't like it is now when we're doing a live almost every other night or every night. And I spent a lot of times and a lot of lives, and I'd have my little notes and I'd have my little things and try to talk to people. But I talked to everybody, and I was actually kind of surprised at all the other um, viewpoints. I'll say, like, I talked to Satanists, I talked to people that were into New Age, I talked to Christians, I talked to every single person, because I would hear things and they would say, "Oh, well, your Old Testament and it says this and this and this." And I said, "Okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree." And they're like, "Gosh, like, okay, well, you're agreeing with so much with us, so what's your point?" And then they would want to listen, at least for a little bit. And then they'd have their things about Jesus and they'd say this and they'd say that. "I want to rip it to shreds. I want to rip it to shreds." I'm like, okay. I mean, if that's your intent, I'm just here to be open-minded. I want to know which way is this going to go. I'm not trying to rip anything to shreds. What is that saying about you? But I've talked to a lot of people now since I've been on TikTok for a while, and I hear all the different perspectives, and it's helped me. It's helped me be able to talk to people better. So I'm willing to let anybody come up and talk. But
Yeah.
as long as they're going to be respectful of things, like, I want to keep some sort of
Yeah,
control
that's
with the
key.
live, but you get what I'm
That's key.
saying.
We can't have somebody coming in and being all crazy and stuff. But
No, no,
um,
no. Do you
so
have any
I guess
questions
I
again?
kind
Because
of
you had questions last night, and I appreciated those because it kind of took me back several years. Your questions took me back a lot of years because I was like, gosh, this is really putting me back in the mindset where I didn't think all these things again, and I think it's good to do that. So I appreciate that. So we'll say that.
thank you. I don't remember exactly where we left off. I think it was
It's okay.
uh I was telling you guys about my daughter and my son and I looking into, and actually I don't even think I told you where we were researching it, where we saw it was the epithet of Christ that was the Jesus Christ, the epithet. That's Revelation 1. That's the very beginning of Revelation 1. And even before you go and realize that part of it, as you're reading through, and I've heard people talk about this on even these lives, but you go into Revelation saying one like the Son of Man, one like this and that. and he had, all these things were similar, similar, similar. But when you go into the first one or two sentences into Revelation and realize that the Christ that's being talked about there, that Jesus Christ that's being talked about there, is just like the Son of Man, right? That just brings all of the entire Revelation into a new perspective, right? And you go through and you can see the correlation between Jesus of the Gospels, and you can also see the JC that we talk about. And then you're starting to divide it, like the rightly dividing and trying to figure out, well, who's saying what and who's saying this. It might actually be the entire Revelation is of a carnal sense, where the JC is been revealed and he's covering over as if he is the Jesus, right? The
I,
one that came.
I still personally think that that Revelation is the revealing of the Christ. I think it's a warning. I know a lot of people get upset by that, but it just, it does not align up with the rest of it. It's like everything Jesus did, his works, his words, the teachings, and then all of a sudden he's just a polar opposite here now in Revelation. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah, because
Um,
apocalypto means revealing of something hidden.
mhm.
It's like, so John is revealing something hidden about Jesus Christ.
Right, right.
But he looks and he acts, well, I wouldn't say looks, but he acts like what you would expect, from, oh, I'm the one who's coming back to save you and this and that. But then you look at the actual actions and you're like, this can't be, this absolutely can't be. And then, jump through all of Revelation, all of the events that happen. You get to the end and the New Jerusalem comes down and everybody's so thrilled and ready for this to happen, thinking that heaven's going to come down on earth. And, that's great, but that's not what he said. He never said he was bringing heaven to earth.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
it comes
right.
down as one adorned for a bride, and it's like he said, in heaven they neither marry nor are given in marriage.
Right.
So there's some
And
problems.
everybody that wants to embrace that and okay, so I'm just going to touch on this for a second and then we're going to fly right past it, okay, please. So the Christ consciousness that's being talked about is it's got some value, it's got some good points, but what it ultimately really boils down to is bringing heaven to earth. And I understand a lot of what's being said in that group and that idea. But what I don't agree with is where you stop and say, we're going to fix things here. Well, no, this was never our home. And it's said multiple times, this is not your home. This place is the school teacher. This place is where you learn how to become a citizen of the heavenly realm. And once again, he wouldn't say that he went up to prepare a place and come back for us if he was planning to bring it down to us. So
That's
I
right.
love
I'm glad you see
love it.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
he
that.
called the earth, he said we were from below. That
Yeah,
word in Greek was kato cosmos. It means the underworld or hell.
right. And that's where
It,
we are.
and he said he was not from this world. This was not his world. And that, you know, he goes to prepare a place for us that where he is, there we might be also. So I
Yeah,
don't think that we're going to be on this place. This is an
no.
earthly thing. He said the one from earth speaks of earthly things, and the one from heaven speaks of heavenly things. And the one from heaven is above all.
Yeah,
So,
and like you've taught us to do, like going into the I hate that word, etymology of the word of earthly and natural, it all goes back to the soil, right? The soil of the earth. You can't say that, the earthly things can be transformed by a heavenly thing coming
The
down.
the biggest thing, if you're going to talk about Christ consciousness, and the biggest red flag with it is ultimately it's going to lead you into a belief that you're your own God and that you are God and you're part of that and whatever. And it's like, I didn't create any of this. I didn't do any of this. So I just see that over and over. And maybe they don't address that at the beginning, but eventually down the line, that's what it's growing into. I mean,
and they're latching on to the word that's the deception too. That's another thing to think about.
Which we know if the Christ isn't right.
Right.
Well, do we really want Christ consciousness? CC 33? I don't think so.
So
I would say no to that.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm not trying to read so deep into symbology, but CC is 33. All these things and everything that they do is all coded. It's all wraps it back in and brings you back into that whole Baphomet worship BS with Yahweh. And I mean, there's everything that's out there is just trying to pull you back in, looking at Yahweh again. And then before you know it, you're like, gosh, I'm back in the same spot again. Because I've fallen for so many traps over and over and over where I'm like, oh, I believe this. Oh, I believe that. Oh, I believe this. And then it's like, man, this is the same thing again. There's no difference.
Over and over and over again. It's just repackaged, like we talked about.
This is the only thing where I'm like, no, this has got to be the truth. Jesus' words have to be the truth because it's the only thing that's different from everything else. And I've tried to study everything.
Yeah.
I don't want to be ignorant. I don't want to just say, oh, I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about that. I'm not going to even look into it because, and I think that's something with like Christians, they get scared of.
Well, everybody's at different levels of understanding. Right. And there was a time when I used the Christ word. So I'm very, I think about that too. I don't try to just jump down, but I do try to explain it to them, even though they don't like it, to hear it, because I don't think that anybody profits from a lie,
Yep. I mean, the biggest clue for me from the Old Testament telling me that it's not the Father of Jesus is like it speaks often of an inheritance. Like, why would the Father in heaven need to inherit anything?
Exactly.
True. And when you call him the Christ, you're making him Yahweh's son.
Yeah.
He's Yahweh's boy.
Yep.
Same old story. That's awesome.
It's like I see the New Ages. Sorry to interrupt. The New Ages, they're very receptive when you talk about Yahweh being Satan. But then when you talk about Jesus, they don't want to hear that.
I know. I've encountered that too, Lee.
There's your clue there, though. I mean, it's like they're gonna offend many. They're gonna want to reject these things. But it's like the message is so simple. It's if you're really listening, you're really searching. You're not just all wrapped up in this knowledge search, and you're really asking. You'll see it.
Yes, you will.
And I see a lot of the Wicca stuff in the
New Age, or the Christ consciousness thing.
Yeah, big time.
I do too.
Big time.
That's basically all it is. That's all I see.
That's been around for quite some time now, I think. 5, 6 years.
I think it's funny that they call it New Age, but it's like this is old. This is ancient.
Exactly.
Everything that they're trying to teach those people this has been around for forever.
It's basically Kabbalahism,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, like deep in Freemasonry, like it's Jewish Kabbalah. You get into the New Age, like Manly P. Hall, Alice Bailey, Helena Blavatsky. Like it's all there,
Yeah, they're all talking about the same things
nowadays.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
What
want
I
their
think is
divine. Go
probably
ahead.
one of the hardest parts for a lot of people coming out of any kind of religion is trying to figure out what's good and bad, right? And what we've got going on is two sides of the bad, one of them portraying themselves as good, and one of them obviously portraying themselves as bad, right? So you've heard, the two sides of the same coin and this and this and that. When you look at the new age, they've got a lot of things correct. But the problem is there's a level that it's taken to where it takes you into the light side of the dark, right? So
Right.
you can look at
Um.
the stars and you obviously understand that there's times and seasons, there's the rotation of the earth that tells things that are happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that we were in the age of Aquarius or very close to, which is where the knowledge is poured out on the earth, right? And we're also touching on the Gemini, right? The time of the twins. Well, what is the time of the twins? The time of the twins is when we're looking at two different people portraying to be the same person, right? So we see that there is some knowledge in the stars. The problem is when we take it so far that we want to try to tie it to like horoscopes and
Right. You're
start to,
worshiping the construct.
yes, and then you pull out your tarot cards and then you start like
Yeah.
doing this
Yeah.
and that, and that's the magical divination, and that's what's said to be like you can't be doing that. You're not. Unless you are touched with and the actual knowledge of God giving you the words to say, you have no right to be wading in those waters. So that's
Well,
where this new age thing starts to become very dangerous.
it's not even New Age though. It's all the religions because they're all doing the exact same thing that you're talking about if you really look at it. So, eh, yeah, there's truth in all of it, really. Because if there wasn't any truth, would people really be sitting there and believing all of it? Yeah, there's going to be truth in all of that, but then there's just massive stacks of sandwiched lies in between all those little truths.
Yeah,
Uh,
and you can take
that's where
anything.
you gotta know, and you gotta have discernment and say, okay, well, I know
I
what the
don't.
truths
I
are.
can tell y'all honestly, I was Wiccan for 14 years, and I can tell you, stay that. You know what? Away from it. You don't want to get tied in none of it.
That's right.
You want to listen to just Jesus and Jesus only. Now that's
Right,
And
my
but
bottom line.
and I will say this. I'll say this too, and I'm sorry to cut you off. Going on, I just there's it's just like going on, and for me,
Night,
there's
Pauline.
nothing wrong. Good night, Paulina. Thanks for joining. Um,
Good night.
it's like somebody could come at her and say, "Well, you have all this knowledge of this and that." Yeah, but having the knowledge is one thing because people could come at us and say, "Well, you have all this knowledge and you can speak on all this Wiccan stuff, or you can speak on astrology, or you can speak on all these things." Yeah, but I don't worship that. I don't follow that. It's not where my spirituality is tied to. Um, but I don't think there's anything wrong with knowing about all these things, but um, if you're gonna start, I'm trying to form what I'm trying to say about it because it's a tough subject because
the knowledge is different
people
from
could come against artists and say, "Oh, well, you were Wiccan for this many years," or if they don't really know her, they'll say, "Oh, you know, have all this knowledge about Wiccan." Um, And yeah, sure, that knowledge helps her though. That knowledge helps her to tell you it's not right. The same for me. I studied a lot of things as well, but that knowledge has helped me to understand that I don't want no part in that. I know that it's wrong. I studied this out. So,
Jesus pulled me
and
out
that's
of
how
all
we.
that, and it's like I'm never going
Yeah,
back to that.
me
And you
neither.
know,
I can't unsee what I see.
mm-mm.
But that's what I'm exactly saying, is that is the knowledge is very helpful when you get into the practice of
Yes,
taking it
yes.
farther. That's where the problem becomes detrimental to any kind of growth or understanding. You start going into, okay, like we talked about last night with the Q thing, that's what they are hinging everything on, is we're going to set up your savior, we're going to make your life amazing, and all you have to do is sit back and relax, right? It's in the stars, it's foretold to be. He's here.
Right. No
Don't
need
worry
to
about
change
it.
yourself. Don't
Right,
do
right.
anything. Everything's in the stars. How you are as a person. It's just all there. Like it's all justified. Don't try to change anything. But it's like,
Correct.
nah,
Don't do
Jesus didn't
anything
tell
to
us that.
yourself. Don't do anything to yourself. We've got it covered. But
Yeah,
that's
there's
Yeah,
where,
but
no
that's
problem
that's why
studying
it's
it, Tracy. It's just you don't want to be using it in your life, like in using as
right.
your religion, because then you start crossing that line, and you
no because
know you know he'll tell you you got to change. He will tell you.
Right.
well,
And if we don't start looking at ourselves inside to clean the inside of the cup in order to clean the outside of the cup, this is where I agree with some of what's being said. You have to go within yourself to make yourself better in order to portray yourself and push out what you have learned and become the person that you should be in Jesus in order to change the world around you. Because if every one of us goes inside and cleans, we're going to portray ourselves outside of, the outside of the cup is going to be different. It's like that movie. You all remember that? Remember the Pay It Forward? That was a great movie about how we all can make a change without actually going out and picketing or rioting or starting a war. And it was the little boy saying, I want to change the world by changing the way that I do things towards other people. So Pay It Forward was amazing. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long because we all just kind of went back into our shells and started thinking about ourselves. But that's what I think this entire movement is about, is changing the way that we look at the world. Like I tell my kids, if we could all make sure we take care of each other and always put everybody else first, nobody would ever lack. Nobody would ever be in need because we would always be thinking about each other first. So, in this Christ consciousness movement, it is literally that's how I equate it, is they are going into themselves to realize that they have the power to change themselves in order to change the rest. Now, once again, I'm stopping that and saying I don't agree with the heaven being brought down on earth. I don't believe that we're going to be able to change it here in the physical, but I understand what they're saying. They might just take it a little too far. But let's start with ourselves. Let's start with making sure when we walk outside, we have a smile for everybody, that we're ready and willing to open the car doors and help load groceries and, whatever it is. Let's just start pushing that out. And then all of a sudden it'll start catching on as we continue to talk about all of the deception that we've been under for the last 2,000 years. And at the same time, we can help bring everybody into that same knowledge without being overbearing, without being.
well, and I agree. I have a neighbor that's. I'm sorry to cut you up. I
No,
I
you didn't.
I have a neighbor that's basically borderline just into Satanism, but I help him. I help him with things around his house. He's helped me. We talk, we have conversations. Thank you for what you're helping me with. You helped me do a lot of things in my shop that I built, and um,
but he always remembers the character. He always remembers the kindness, and he said that. So that I get what you're saying. And do you have family members or people that you love that are in Christ consciousness movement, or just
No,
because you bring it up, and I wanted to know, like, oh, you don't?
no, I don't know anybody except for Joshua that's talking about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. But he has a lot of women up in there that are talking about the same sort of thing, and it is what it is. But he's all over the place because he goes from one topic to the next. One week he believes this, one week he's saying this about Paul, then one week he's recanting that, and then one week he's talking about the Quran, and then that's double
So,
mindedness.
child, we'll go into Discord and I'll talk about that the way that I have
Sure,
perceived it,
sure.
because I've been following him since the beginning when he had like a handful of followers, and I understand exactly where he's coming from, and I appreciate a lot of things
We
that
do
have come
too.
out.
He was in the Discord for a while. He's
Yes,
talked to us
yes.
many times.
Yeah, and he was there. He was listening to Golan. He talked about Golan all the time. So I don't want to bring this into this live because that's a totally different situation. But I think that the Christ consciousness movement has a place, but it needs to really be looked at closely before you jump into that and try to take it as your own, because there are dangers there. There's
Absolutely.
I'm not having anything to do with Christ consciousness, I'll be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've
I'll
heeded
be
the
honest.
warning of Matthew 24:5, and that is the deception.
Let me
Because
rephrase. It's not the Christ consciousness that I'm talking about. It's what I just described, was the idea of what they're embodying with the Christ consciousness is going within yourself to clean the cup, and then pushing that out through your life and the way that you live
And that's
life.
yeah, and that's fine. I mean, there could be some truths in a lot of these things, but there's truths in everything, like we was saying earlier.
Right.
Um,
So I don't want to push it
but
out like it's that. So let's move on.
I don't think you
Let's move
were.
on.
I don't think you were. I was just saying, like, yeah, it's like I get it. There's a lot of people out there that's saying a lot of different things.
Right. So let's go
I
back to the idea that there's, we've got a lot of the light and dark that's going on in the world right now. And I think that that's really what the big confusion is for everyday people that are just trying to live life. They're like looking at what's happening and they're like, wow, this is really awful. And then they see, some kind of hope in what's being presented on the political fronts, or the people that are standing up saying we're going to do some things differently on like X and stuff like that. That's what's going to bring people into the whole agenda of bringing everybody into the electronics. So let's go back to the AI thing, the meta thing. Like, if there's any kind of real, true, actual concern, it is that we are all going to be brought into this metaverse, this AI. It's taking
Well,
over.
seems that
It's
way.
taking over. It's taking over fast. And I don't think enough people are really looking forward into what this means. Like, go on, talk about that more, more, more. And I know you do such a great job about it, because I didn't even see that in the Bible, the AI and the meta. But when you see it, it's everywhere, and it's telling exactly what's going to happen. But we're all just kind of asleep, because just like we accepted the smartphones, we were like, oh, well, great, the smartphones are free. I'm going to get a smartphone. And then next thing you know, none of us can even leave the house. We can hardly walk through the house without having it in our hand. Like, what does that mean? It's all there in the Bible. It's talking about exactly what it means. So eventually we're going to have to put it down. And I think the scary part for most people is How do you walk away from that?
I've been
And
living without a cell phone for 3 years.
awesome.
I've already put it down. I'm on a
Most
hardline internet with a Faraday cage.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
hard for me because I run a business. People got to call my phone, and I'm like, how could I ever? I mean, they just totally engulfed us in all this. It's
I think Facebook is the worst. I mean,
I
they
don't
know
even I don't even talk about this stuff on Facebook anymore. This is
now.
where if you want to talk about it, you want to talk with me about it, you can come here. You can come to TikTok. You can talk on a live and be a real person and jump on. Nobody does it though, but
I
it's like
think
people want to
Jen.
argue with me, and I'm like, hey, you can come here. I get on here almost every night. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think Jen has a valid point here. We're going to have to come to a point where we have to set this all down, or and that's why I always stress hard copies of everything.
And now we have a lot of that.
We have a lot of it, and this evening artist mentioned about this $1,000 book, and I mean that
To
would
get the
be
manuscript, yeah.
Yeah, that would be priceless if we are. I think we're going to be forced to have to back away from all of this. Otherwise, we're going to have to step away from it. I think that's what you're saying, right, Jen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's going to be a time where we have to put it down and we're going to have to live without
Who's
it.
this
But
new guest?
how many people are ready for that? Nobody really is. So we either have the understanding that we are going to be protected somehow, or we're already starting to go back to print books, printing out stuff, learning how to can, learning how to grow. And if you are not already doing that, or you can't, don't be afraid, because he's bringing us together on these types of platforms so that we already have a group, a community where we can turn to each other and rely on each other. So don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Hey, Metal.
Judgmental, mad judgmental.
Just call me Jim. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jim.
Hello. Yeah,
Hey,
nice to
Jim,
talk
how's
to
it
you.
going?
Good. Nice to meet y'all.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
I kind of have a question or just an idea.
Go ahead.
Jen was talking about the metaverse coming, and I'm really concerned about it, all this AI stuff and all that. But my
Yeah, no
one
doubt,
thing
it's
is,
pretty scary.
yeah, but I'm wondering, is it possible? Like, because this would kind of be a version of that already, right? Since we're not really from here.
The meta is like a virtual world. And according to the Old Testament, that's their playbook. It becomes a world that you become trapped in and can't get out of.
Right.
I guess what I'm asking is to put it in the context of that would be, we would be getting, not us, but possibly getting deeper into that through all this technology. But if we're not from here to begin with, and this is kind of a Yahweh's world, like we're kind of in a version of it already because we're going to be leaving.
We're using his tool right now.
But they're trying to, with the meta, they're trying to keep you. They're trying to keep you trapped into it forever.
Right. I guess that's what I'm just kind of pondering about the whole thing of putting all of that into context. Like how does that, really, what are the implications? Because I'm not denying that's what they're trying to do. But at the same time, I'm like, wow, what really happened? What really happens if we're already, because I kind of think like this realm or whatever it is a cycle, for the people that keep contracting to come here over and over. And then you kind of figure out eventually to get out. But yeah, maybe that's like,
I think Jesus told us that narrow path. I think he told us that, but there's things with artists here. And she said a lot of things to me over the years, and I'm like, I don't know. Oh no, I don't think so. Oh, but now it's like as time has gone on, because I've been listening to her for 4 or 5 years now. It's like, oh, it's getting closer to what she's saying. So
I mean,
and
I
it's not a her
definitely
thing; it's a we thing. I get that, but a lot of us aren't on
totally.
the same knowledge level. But oh, go ahead, artist. You got a slide pulled up. Go ahead and talk. I
See
don't
that
want to
right
talk
there?
over you.
This is 2 Samuel 5:20. The Bible's actually an algorithm. It is a future thing. When Isaiah says he's telling the end from the beginning of things not yet done, literally these things have not happened yet, and they are to happen. It's like and David or the beloved came to Baal Pishtim, um, which actually is a SIM card, and David struck them there, and Yahweh has broken through my enemies before me like a broth. So he called the name of Baal Piston, or the SIM card, and left their images there. Um, and the beloved and his men took them away. And see that word at the top, that Hebrew word? That's the name of your SIM card that's in your cell phone right there. There's a passage in Isaiah that says, has anybody looked at the books? Has anybody counted the towers? And in modern Hebrew, it says, has anybody looked at the algorithms? Has anybody counted the megadials or the cell towers? And the NIH stored there. NIH is it's your computer medical files on you. Everything in there is coded, and it can be thrown into modern or ancient Hebrew one way or the other. It may have happened in the past, but it happens again in the future. It's like Adam can literally be the first computer, which sold for $666, and it was called the Atom. That was the name of the computer. It
Oh
mentions
wow.
it mentions the apertures in it and the pinpoint, like the dot pictured things that make your monitor work and everything. Our entire what we're going through right now is in there. It's all in there.
Oh yeah, I totally believe that. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've researched some of that stuff too, and it's amazing how, yeah, the more you dig, the more you find,
Uh,
and what's revealed for sure.
let's see. This is I can't remember what I didn't even put the verse on it, but I think it's in Isaiah. With the trumpets of the blowing of the instruments, a call or sound goes out of the glistening coronet, and makes a joyful creaking before the King Yahweh. Let the sea roar, and all that fits in the world, and those who dwell in it. Let the floods clap, striking their hands together with their hands, and let them sing for joy before Yahweh, for he comes to judge the world. He will judge the world with righteousness and people with e- equity. Okay, they keep talking about equity. Okay, there's your cornet.
Yeah,
It's Psalms 98. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember what verse it was, and the call that goes out.
yeah, that's
It's
amazing.
it's your cornet cloud. Um, let's see. See if I can find you another one.
Well, it's wild to me that people are just sitting here and they're like, "Oh, I've seen that. Oh, I agree." It's like, gosh, man, we've
Oh
been
no, I
trying
know.
forever to get people to see this
The
stuff.
Well, I
devil,
know. Oh, go ahead.
the devil's called a traducer. So the traducer, as specifically Satan, and your traducer is like it's the little microbes they're putting in their bodies right now. See that?
Yeah, I was going to say that I know Revelation. When you look at the Greek, that has a lot of stuff in there about the medicine that they just gave everybody. Well, not everybody, over the past couple years.
Let's
They
see.
tried to make it
In
everybody.
the
They tried to make it.
beginning,
Yeah.
in the beginning, God created Theos and made the heaven and the earth. Artificial intelligence in partnership with Theos. That's an ad on the internet. When AI becomes a ruinous heap, they actually translate it in that one instance. And that's in, trying to remember what verse. That's in Joshua. Let's see, it said, and all who fell that day of the men and women were 1,200,000, all the people of Ai. But Joshua did not draw back his hand, which he stretched out the javelin. He had devoted all the inhabitants of Ai to destruction. Only the livestock and the spoil of the city Israel took as their plunder. According to the word of the Lord, he commanded Joshua. Joshua buried Ai and made it forever a heap of ruins, and it is to this day. And he hanged the king of Ai on a tree until evening. And at sunset Joshua commanded, and they took his body down from the tree and threw it into the entrance of the gate. I haven't checked the rest of that because I just picked up on the AI part, and I was like, wow. But let's see. Right here. Okay. All right. Psalm 73:16. I thought to know this, and it was too painful for me until I went into the sanctuary, God, and then I understood their end. Surely thus they set them a slippery place and cast man down with destruction into destruction. How are they brought into destruction? In a moment's notice, they are utterly consumed with the terrors of Villa. What is Villa? Villa is rockets right now. Right there. It's all there.
It is. I know. We've never gotten to talk about this with a group before.
I know. I don't even have a video on this stuff y'all are seeing today.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good.
Just something we've actually getting to talk about it is
the vials of wrath. Your actual bowls that are poured out in Revelation are vials. And I heard a voice, which is a phone. It's in Greek. It literally is a phone. From the dwelling place, saying to the seven messengers, go out and pour out the vials, and that's described as a glass bottle of the wrath of Elohim on the earth. And the first went out and poured his vials upon the earth, and evil and wicked sores came on the men, those having the mark of the beast and those worshiping his image.
Monkeypox. That doesn't sound like the Father. Oh yeah, monkeypox.
See right there. See that word in Greek? Can y'all see that? See that phone?
Yes.
That's how it sounded out. It is actually phone, and vial is actually Phiale, which is pronounced a vial, and it also says it's a vial, not a bowl.
That's huge.
Yep.
There it is.
Let's see. No, that's something else.
So somebody help me out here. This is a lot for me. Thank you. When you say AI, I mean, what are we talking about here? Hacking the human body or taking over the human body? Or are we talking about robots? Okay, where are we going with this?
I know.
Are we going? Are they trying to make us?
I mean, okay. Let's just look at what we can observe in reality today, right?
Okay.
AI on all these platforms is taking over different art forms, and all these things. AI is learning from us. They're trying to train AI to the best, and people in the comments, I see the comments and all these little posts and things. I'm just trying to be real. I'm trying to be relative to people that are just, you have no understanding. So we'll say you can go into these comment sections of things, just regular posts, regular things that are happening, all these things that are popping up on your feed. and you'll see the comments more and more and more. I see this a lot. They say, "Oh, AI could never replicate this. Oh, AI could never do this, whatever." But then when you look at the replies and look at things that are underneath it, it's like, yeah, give it a couple of years. AI will be able to do this. AI will be able to replicate what you're saying. And people are like, "Oh no, oh no." But it's like, we've been saying, "Oh no, oh no, AI can't do this, AI can't do that" for years now. And they're doing everything that it says that it can do. And it's doing more and more and more and more.
So it's a computer with software.
Well, if they're able to inject something into you, or have you able to consume something, it's nanoparticles or whatever, and then they're gonna. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I kind of have a theory. I'm not set on any one thing either. I just kind of think about these things.
I'm not either, but
yeah, I'm thinking that maybe it's Yahweh or demonic beings or whatever trying to solidify a conduit.
I think since Jesus came,
yeah,
and I'm gonna give my opinion, because I think since Jesus came, I think a lot of things actually changed in this realm, where things weren't just able to happen the way that Yahweh wanted them to.
Yep.
But as we accept things, and we're gonna say, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll take this. I'll take this new meta thing. I'll take this AI thing. I'll take the goggles. I'll take this and that." It's like I played video games for a time, and it's like everything I see with everything. Hello, who is here? Who's playing that? Okay.
Shannon.
At the concert still. No, but everything that I see from that, it's like, even when I just have my TV on and I put the headset on and I want to play the game, the sound and the headsets and everything is like, it's enveloping you in it. And I'm like, what is this? Like, it makes me feel like I'm there.
Yeah, right.
So it's like they're already preparing people for this, because it's like, yeah, do people really want to work jobs? The Matrix movie is really a lot of symbology. It's a lot of telling the truth without saying it, because it's like, yeah, they just want us all plugged in these things and these little egg hybrid.
So it's just
like
so
things
it's just
or whatever.
It's a high-tech control device.
Well,
is that what we're talking about here?
Well, I'm wondering if they're going to be injecting it into people or implanting it in their brains or whatever it's going to be. And I think Ephesians talks about it. I think it's Ephesians talks about it being the Satan or the devil being the principality of the air or whatever. And it makes me wonder if it's just trying to inhabit human beings itself.
Right. And
you know?
Exactly. You're exactly right, because all these lockdowns, what happened during the first lockdowns? Well, we started going online and we started to work online and play online and this and that. But right before that was when the glasses came into the market, and you can go and do the 3D thing, the 5D thing, whatever, but that's just the soft introduction to what's actually going to be happening. When I talk to my kids, I'm like, well, the next lockdown that's going to happen, they're going to be like, well, why don't you stay at home because it's safer that way? And hey, you can go
get your little headsets, plug into the system.
Exactly, and you can go to
forget about life, forget about all these things going on. You can just live in this thing. You can make money in this thing. There's already all these currencies in it.
Yeah, and we're already having all those meetings online and blah blah blah. But it's going to get to the point, I think, where there's, like I was explaining to my kids, it's like, well, they're gonna say, let's go to Bali this weekend. Why don't you join us there? And as I was telling them, I was like, when you go there and go do that experience, they're going to eventually have like these, actually, I think they do, but the whole body suits that make you feel like you're already there, right? And everybody's going to get addicted to that idea of being able to travel, to experience, to taste,
Yeah,
just
to
like the
plug
Matrix.
in, just like the Matrix. They were
It's
Right.
already
And
telling us
happening.
what
then,
it was
Yeah, it's
before it
already
was.
happening.
right. It was
It's already
not.
happening.
Yep, it's
It
already
was
happening.
not a show. It was not a movie. It was a documentary of
Yeah.
the future. And then eventually they're going to be like, oh gosh, wearing this full body suit and putting this big
Oh
old heavy
gosh,
thing on our
yeah.
heads is
What
going to
was
be
that?
way too much. Let's just go ahead and, inject it
Let's
in
just
our
plug you
head.
in. Let's just put you in a little
Right.
eggshell embiotic
And that's
damn
why
fluid thing, and then you just plug yourself in forever.
What was that
that's
movie?
why the
Wall-E?
Elon Musk thing is like so scary, is because he's got so many like
Yeah,
tentacles out there.
these are all devil worshippers. They all worship the
Right.
Baphomet. Probably Baphomet's embodied in themselves. Elon Musk
Remember
looks like
that?
a woman to me.
Remember that movie Wall-E? It was like a Pixar, and
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
they
like
did put
about
all that
a
in our
robot,
face
and
on
then it
purpose.
finally finds humans in the future, and the humans just like this fat blob on a cart that robotically moves around and like eats your IV or something, because it's all like automated into this virtual reality. I really think that's what they're doing, and I feel sorry for
They're
some of
doing
these
it.
like younger people now. They're like, everything is so online and virtual reality, this and that, and they don't have actual interpersonal relationships anymore. They just like sit there in silence on their phones and whatnot.
Yeah, they
It's
don't
very
even
sad.
respond. They don't really have connections with people. Yeah,
They
all the
don't. They
younger
don't.
people are deep
Okay.
ingrained in this. They don't see it.
I
Go
get
ahead,
it.
Pat.
I get it. So we talked about the problem. Let's talk about the solution.
Yes,
What,
thank
what,
you, Vic. Thank you. So let's
Yeah,
move on.
that's what I want to talk about
let's
too.
move on to the solution. I love my family dearly. I don't want them entrapped in this. I mean, should I start preparing and learn how to grow tomatoes? I already do.
Well,
But
it's not just that. Well, actually, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well, obviously, we're going to say no to certain meds that they, if you want to keep your job, you got to take kind of stuff. Uh, I'm not going to have a chip screwed inside my skull cap connected to my brain. I get all of that. But if we decide, hey, we got to step away from all of this, what's the solution to the problem? Go ahead, Jen.
Well, and I think that the next lockdown and things, it's like I think that's the next step where they're gonna. I think that it's like, oh, people are just lying around. Oh, we're not doing anything. Oh, just plug yourself in. Everything's so boring.
Hey,
Everything's
Clay.
so this and that. Oh, Clay's here. Well, is he up
Hi,
on the
everyone.
panel? Oh, hello, Clay. Ah.
Well, I think that's the beautiful thing. Richard, are you there?
Clay, are you there? Hello.
Hello. I'm in a bad area.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to hear what you had to say. I always
Yeah.
like hearing from you.
I don't know on that, Lusa. I don't know if they do. I think they probably do, but I'm not for sure.
Jen, I'm interested in some solutions here, or anybody else. This is coming on us hot and heavy. We're going to wait till the last minute.
Stay close to Father and keep praying
Absolutely.
and prepare as best you can for where you're at. Like, no matter where it be,
Right.
where it be in the city, where it be out in the country, take some precautions just in case.
And I think, obviously, like us older. Well, I'm not going to presume how old everybody is. I'm a little bit older. It's easy for us. Definitely easy for me to not take what they're offering. But these young kids, the children, they're being raised in this stuff. So I think it's partially going to be educating them.
Yeah, I mean, you look
That's
at them
one.
and it's like they're
Yeah.
taken over. The younger
Yeah.
people that I have conversations with, it's like, oh my gosh, they're already ready to be plugged in. They're
They
already
are.
so disassociated, and I have all these problems. I have anxiety. I have this and that. I can't talk with people. I can't do anything. I don't know. It's like this. So they
You'll
bought
never
into all
reach them
that.
with the you'll never reach them with the truth.
That's what's
Hey,
Is that
that's the
what you're
goal.
saying?
J&G,
Well,
what's
I'm
your
not saying I'm not saying it's never.
Okay.
It just
It's going to be tougher.
Yeah,
I mean, look.
it's
what
hard.
is y'all?
I talk to everybody. I mean, you know me, Dad. I go to my live.
Yeah.
I talk to every single little person that I talk to. I'm telling them same things that we're talking about in here. They don't understand anything that I'm saying, but I'm still telling them. But it's just like the Matrix has just enveloped them. It's even like my best friend.
So Yahweh
Eric.
has come up with the ultimate tool to keep people from the truth. That's what AI is.
Essentially, I mean, okay. So let's look at, like, you lived with me many years. We had a hard time. We lived in the towing lot for a long time. We had Eric there. He listened to a lot of things that we're saying, but his whole career and his whole life and his whole everything is dependent on social media, the system, everything that he is doing and enveloped in is all dependent on that. He has no escape from that if he wants to make money. And they're offering him more and more money. Okay, we're going to pay you more from Instagram. Okay, we're going to pay you more from Facebook. Okay, all right, we're going to pay for these photo shoots. We're going to pay for this and that. You're the brand person. Da, 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 da. But he's totally enveloped in that. He can't even escape it to try to keep and want to make money with what he's doing in his career and what he's put his whole life effort into. I mean, that's just one person. I'm just saying, like, from our personal experience. This is somebody I talk to all the time, and I tell him about two Jesuses. I tell him about all these things. It's very hard for him to see these things because he's like, well, my whole way of life is dependent on this. How can I say that AI is this and this is whatever? Because I'm not going to be able to live and make money and eat if I don't keep doing this. And that's how they're getting the younger generation. And that's my generation.
right?
Also, I think that
I'm not trying to be negative. I'm not trying to be negative here either. I'm sorry if I'm coming off that way.
So real quick, J&G, you want to go by J&G
or Jim? You could call me Jim.
Jim, okay.
Said, yeah.
So Jim, like what we were starting to touch upon is what are the solutions? What is it that everybody can look forward to instead of looking at like all of this being bad and everybody going on to, the AI world and whatnot? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so what I think is that finding peace in Jesus Barabbas' words and what he says, because I think having a strong emotional constitution, basically no fear, because I'll put it this way, the more that I slowly learned things, the less power that it had over me. Like the more that I started to see the division, like the news, and I used to pick a side, and then I would get really mad and angry because this side was doing this and my side was doing, and then I started realizing that was all a stage show. And then I started laughing.
Driving division.
I started laughing at it because I'm like, well, it's all fake. Then I zoom out a little bit more, and the more I pay attention to what Jesus said, and it's all of a sudden the whole thing is a big stage show. Like this whole Yahweh's world is a big stage show. And the more I see it like that, I laugh at it just the same way I laugh at these news broadcasters, and it doesn't have any power over me. And when it doesn't have any power over me, because I have hope, then I don't have that worry about succumbing to the mark of the beast or taking their virtual reality.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to hear that.
It just doesn't have power. And I think that's like what we need to kind of, see how the way to look at it. Yeah.
I agree with you.
If you don't start to accept the system. You can live without the system. So even though there's some people that can't go out and grow a huge garden, and they can't do this and they can't do that, you already have a community right here. And although that doesn't seem like a big deal today, it will be a big deal in the coming days, because this is going to be a bigger, it's going to grow, and you're going to start seeing people next door or down the street or whatever. And we're going to bring people in. I have this idea that just like the whole end times is being pushed out to be a fear factor. And I believe it's coming fast. But on the other hand, sometimes I think that we're being pushed to be fearful and believe that it's happening faster than what it is, so that we get frantic and start doing stupid things. But
I think Sally wanted to say something, and I want to let her talk because she
yeah,
said,
absolutely. Sally, hi.
Sally, go
Hi,
ahead and
y'all.
say what you're going to say.
I have I think I have a little bit of a different opinion. I mean, I'm on board with some of it, but I think the way it's gonna, and
Yeah,
this,
go ahead.
this is totally my opinion. So I think that they're setting it up like we've been talking about, like, you know, they're clamping down on us. And then what I think is going to happen is I think they're going to bring the AC on the stage, and I think they're going to bring in, like, we're in the age of Aquarius, and like the new age people, like we've talked about, they're talking about peace, right? And I think
knowledge and wisdom is going to be poured out on us, which it definitely has.
No,
so you
but
can't deny that. But
I think we're going to go into a time of, and it's going to be a false peace, but I think we're going to go into when that person comes on stage, you know, to rescue us from all the crap that's been going on in the world. I think it's going to be a long period of time where the world is going to be at peace and everybody's going to be talking about love and harmony. And I don't think it's where we're going to be chased into the mountains and chased into these, you know, where we're going to have to live together and grow our own food. I mean, when
I think that too.
When it hits the fan, we're not going to be able to run and go anywhere. Like, if they're going to come for us, they're coming for us. You know, we're not going to be able to exist in the woods and grow tomatoes, and you know, that's just my opinion. So
well, no, we
I
can't go
agree.
anywhere now. That I mean,
no
matter where you go.
Yeah,
I mean, yes,
like we
it's
talked
already
about
that way.
earlier in the conversation. Our phones are taking a screenshot of us every 3 seconds. You know, and like with my work, I'm always looking stuff up on a computer about different things, and like Golanov had said, you know, you talk about something and then you come back home and you open up Facebook or whatever, and all the ads are that, you know. So like there's no escape. There's no escaping the
They could hit you with an insect drone any second they wanted to.
Well,
I mean,
they could blow me up on my phone right now. Remember in 2020, the lady that was in the nail salon getting her nails done, and they zapped her on her phone and she died?
They just did that with pagers here recently in the last couple of weeks. It's
well,
like,
I think
cell phones were developed to be a weapon.
Yeah, they're 5G, you know, they're 5G, you know.
Let's stay away from that word, because that's a trigger word on YouTube.
Sorry. I had a friend, and we're not friends anymore, but anyway, she was about 20 hours short of getting her PhD, and she actually did her PhD and her thesis and all that on what we were just talking about that I'm not allowed to say, and the technology and how it can be used. And it's just it's mind blowing. It's just the
we're already there, and people don't realize it.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this whole pandemic is not. It's not a virus. It's not germs. It's all that. It's all coming through our phones. You know, when you get sick, it's radiation poisoning is what it is, essentially.
Yeah, that's why I think that's why it's in this world, but not of it.
Right.
Exactly.
No matter where you are, you're still here. But it's just, I just know that I'm not of it. I know that much.
Exactly.
That's what I think too.
Yeah.
That's what I think too. Jim, did you get an invite to the Discord group?
I have to set up a Discord.
I think you should, because then you can go through all the slides and see everything. You can see all the research, and it's just all there compiled.
Yeah, cool. I'll set one up. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sorry, I had to.
So would something like a Faraday cage and
what? Hello?
He dropped the thing. I don't know if he's got signal or.
You're breaking up real bad.
Hey, sorry,
Pat. It's okay. You're breaking up so bad I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't think there's anything wrong with any of that stuff. Growing your own food and taking precautions.
No, not at all.
That's fine. But I don't think there's, that's not the biggest thing that's gonna,
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying.
No, not at all. Yeah.
No,
I don't think we're going to be able. I don't think we're going to be able to sustain living like off grid, growing our own food. I mean, when they're coming, they're coming. Like I didn't mean it that way. Like I'm all about homesteading and being prepared and being able to feed yourself and your family and everything. But I don't think we're going to be able to exist for any amount of time with one another, trying to survive and outrun them and growing that type of thing. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think they have the manpower.
Yeah,
I don't think they have the manpower. I'm sorry. Yep, go ahead.
Right. No, exactly, Vic. That's the entire idea is they can't track down everybody, right? So
not yet.
I bet they can.
No, I know they can.
Why would they? If you're not connected to the system, you're going to starve to death. Okay?
No, guys.
That's that simple. Nobody's going to have to come and get anybody. You're not going to be able to survive disconnected from their system. You're not.
And we've tried. Me and my dad have thought of every angle.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Yes. But you guys are totally taking away the power of what the Father can do and bring to you. We're not even thinking about the power of what.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree.
Well,
I
you
know
got
what
to
you're
think
saying.
too, though, Jen, about
we're
what did Jesus say when he was going to the cross? He said that if this were his world, what? They would fight for him. They wouldn't be able to unalive him.
They would come and fight for me.
So we're not in Father's world.
Right.
Yeah, we're exempt from all this.
Right.
I think when it really comes down from it, we're exempt from it. I don't care what they do.
There you go. That's what I needed to
There's
hear.
nothing to be afraid of,
I'm not afraid.
Right. I'm not saying you are. I'm not. I'm speaking out loud. I'm
encouraging. I gotta get my dog. I'm so sorry, guys. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Again, no fear. And for us, I think we're going to be cared for. But what about the rest of humanity who, for whatever reason, decides they don't want to take, I hate the word mark of the 666s. I hate saying that, but whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think there's going to be some people that don't have the truth. They don't have Father. They don't understand what we understand about this realm. And they're just going to say no. Nobody's going to have to come after anybody with guillotines and all this other rigmarole. Disconnected from the system. Think about it. They can turn your electric meter off with the push of a button. They don't even have to come to your house anymore. Obviously, we know they can turn your phone off. We've already seen that. Uh, your vehicle, my vehicle has full internet in it. They could shut that thing off with the push of a button somewhere because I'm not in compliance or whatever. I think uh, this thing about them coming to get us, they won't need to. First of all, I don't think they have the manpower to do that.
And like everybody just said, oh well, they don't need the manpower. It's the drones that are going to come out and find you and whatnot. But
Just the
look back.
construct in of itself.
Yeah, but look back for a second on, I think it was the New York Times, that article that was written that talked about, oh, they didn't want to join us and they decided to go out on their own and they live off the land and they're missing out on all of the great things, right? So
We ain't missing out on nothing.
right, but that tells you right there, if that was actually an article that was written from their point of view, right? They're not going to spend their time, effort, and energy on the people that decide to break away from the system. They're
Yep.
going to be like, well, they chose to go do their own thing, and we're just not going to spend our time, effort, and energy on all that.
Yep.
We're going
The
to
sticking point is going to be Jesus. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
going
I
to
mean,
be denouncing his divinity. And if you do that, then you will be unalived. They're already passing the laws.
That's the Noahide laws.
Mhm.
That is the Noahide laws. That's what they
That's
want to
that's the
implement.
bottom
That's what they want
line.
to say. If you want to say that Jesus was divine, it's over for you.
Yep.
That's what they want to implement.
And
they're
the
pushing
penalty for
hard.
that is decapitation.
Well,
They didn't order all those guillotines for nothing.
That's a fact.
I mean, yeah, it's. I'm not trying to
Well-
ignore it.
And whether they're
Well,
reenacting it or whether it's already happened in the past, for whatever reason, they're reenacting it. I mean, we have to be awake and alert and realize that that's happening right now.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
coming. They're already unaliving people right now. Y'all just don't
How
see
many-
it.
Yeah, it's
How
happening
many
right
of
now. Yeah.
How many of you have seen in your areas of like the cities and stuff, all these huge factories? Huge
What are they?
Oh
buildings.
gosh, where I'm at, it's developing so fast. It's almost unbelievable. I just want to move away.
I didn't hear what she said. What was it?
The big, the huge buildings, the huge, like, they're
FEMA camps.
empty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That
yeah,
look like
yeah.
storage facilities.
I got them. We
Yeah.
got them. Yeah,
But-
they got
but
them.
they're empty, and they have no like signs up trying to fill them up. They're just like these huge buildings that are just like
Yeah, they're
lined
building them
up.
everywhere here. They're building them everywhere here. It's like nobody's even living in them.
Knoxville's already
But they're
being
building
shut
them.
down
But
into
they're building them.
15-minute segments.
Yeah. Yeah, they want us in.
It's
right
becoming a
next to the
smart city. They
city.
started planning it in 2016, and the monitors are already up out here on the street.
But the people are going to ask for it anyway.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
They're gonna willingly-
yeah, they
they're gonna
love it.
willingly-
They love it.
They love it. Yeah, they love it.
Yeah. Richard, do you have anything to say? I'm sorry, you're still here on the panel. I want you to talk.
I just passed people driving a wagon, so
Oh, there's a train too, huh?
and a train, but nature concerns me more than any of this technology nonsense. Like what I'm witnessing with storms and with just what's happening
They control
in
all
the
that
atmosphere.
too.
But I just saw the lightning storm last night. I've never seen anything like it.
I've been
So,
seeing that a lot around that.
Just more powerful, more, and they're having to boost like the cell phone towers and stuff because the Earth's magnetic shield is dying. And so, I mean, I don't know if you saw the auroras in the last couple of months.
Yeah, it's getting bad, Clay. I know.
The northern lights are going further and further south. We got hit by
Yeah,
softball size
I've seen
hail.
them here in North Carolina. I've seen them here.
Like hail is getting larger and larger, and now I'm driving in rain, of course. But no, what I'm witnessing in nature, that's more concerning to me because it can wipe out anything that they're doing. And it's hailing.
Be careful, Clay.
So I'm driving in hell now. So that's awesome.
I can hear it.
This is hard. He's had nothing but bad weather in Missouri constantly.
I know. Every time he tries to talk, I'm just.
Well, that's probably
He's always in the bad weather. He's always in it. Yes.
Yeah, that's another topic, but that's probably coming too.
Yeah, I mean,
JP, give us a second with somebody will have to drop for you to come up.
I'll drop off for a little while. It was nice talking to all you guys.
Very nice talking to you.
Wonderful talking to you.
Really appreciate it.
I hope you'll join our Discord group.
I will. I'll set it up and I'll join in.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I want you to.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna try to figure out how to drop out of here.
Okay.
I can boot you, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah. No, go ahead and boot me because I don't know how to do it. It's my first time on here.
All right. Goodbye.
Okay. Let's see.
Man, awesome discussions here. And I'm glad it's not just about fear and, the boogeyman's going to get us. We're talking about practical solutions to real problems that are going to be in our face soon. Yeah, I'm going to do some more researching on this AI, and I want to be up to snuff on it. Oh, okay. We got somebody else come in here. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Dare I say your name, Assy? Aussie, JP. Welcome.
That's John Paul. He's been in a Discord group. I know who he is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to unmute to talk, JP.
Greetings. Forgive me. The first time I've been on here, I don't know what I did to figure it out to get on here, but I just wanted to say thank you, artist, for all this stuff you're doing because I appreciate what you're saying earlier. Like, I understand the way I'm dealing with things right now. I don't really have time to look at this stuff. I really appreciate the way you break this down. Thank you, sister.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
Like, I'll be honest with you. I didn't want to do any of this TikTok, but I only joined because I wanted to talk to you.
Well, I wasn't too hepped up on it, but Nathan kept telling me that it was the way that people were communicating real well right now, and we could be more free on this app. So, and I have 2 strikes on the other one, so one more and I lose the channel, and I just can't take that chance.
I don't know if you caught this, artist, but I wish I could recall how long I've been looking at the channel. It's been a minute, but when I first started looking at it, your videos, they were bashing them with commercials all over the place.
There shouldn't be any.
I know, and that's the thing, because
I pay premium for that. I just consider it like giving it to Father, I pay premium every month for it. There shouldn't be any commercials.
I think it was just YouTube doing whatever, you know what I mean? That's the feeling I got. Anyway, because I got turned on by another channel. I don't know. Failed to recall, because there's some good channels out there. You probably heard of them. Like there's that. I think she goes by Dolly. and she talks about the Greek as well. She talks about the I, someone brought up earlier, and she mentioned that it used to be sounded out like a J at times. Are you familiar with that on the Greek? That's what I wanted to ask you. Thank you.
Which letter is it?
Well, the I in, I guess, Isis or
Oh yeah, it could
Aisha.
be. It could be sounded as a J. Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
I forget what her name is, Dolly something, but she talks about that the basically she's talking about the name Jesus, right? And she talks about the Yahweh and that too, the Yeshua and all that. But she was bringing up as well, if I recall correct, or I don't know, I've looked at a few channels, but one of them was showing from one of these Jewish books something about the pig, the kosher pig or something. I believe it was called.
Oh yeah,
And
I'm familiar with that book.
yeah, and they named Metatron as Yeshua, right? And that, I don't know, that kind of always, since I seen that, I was like, oh yeah, this is right. Their Messiah. I never put the connection between Jesus Barabbas, Jesus Christ, but I understood about that they had their own Messiah as well. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
And
Yeah.
but they're going to, according to him, according to that rabbi, they'll be accepting JC as their, like they've missed the boat and they're going to accept him eventually. I'm not sure about his theories and all, but he's another one of those that says that Peter and Paul were set up as secret agents, to get everybody under the Noahide law stuff.
Yeah, I watched that one you dropped today. That was mind blowing. I shared that up. But it makes sense. And look, like I've been hearing you guys talking about the word apostle, right? And you, if I recall correct, one of the calls or whatever, you made mention that he's named his, I forget the word you said, and then he called out the apostles. Can you detail on a little more on that?
Yeah.
Apo and Stolas
Hmm.
from the Prince of Hell. Apo means from, Stolas means the Prince of Hell. That's why they thought he was insane.
Yes, I heard that tonight, but like, I guess what I'm looking for is what you were saying about he named his apostles. Is that the vernacular?
Right.
Forgive my.
He
Okay.
called them out or named them as out of his disciples, it says. And then immediately after that, and I think it's in the book of Mark, it says that they thought that he was insane. And I always wondered about that. I was like, why did they think he was insane? It was because of the name he was naming them. But they took that book out of the Old Testament, so I guess people wouldn't know that Stallus was actually the Prince of Hell in the Key of Solomon stuff. But they removed that when they made it the 66 book thing. They did the canon, and the Jews voted on what books they wanted in that old part. I'm looking for it here. Here it is.
There's just a
That's
lot
the
with the
critter there.
history. Yeah.
See that little sigil there on the right by the owl?
Yes.
That's the seal. That's a
Seal.
seal from Solomon's demons, and his seal is of Stolus. And apo means from, so you put the two together as a compound word, it means from the Prince of Hell. And they would have known that. See, that was in there, in all the information was in their books. But they removed that book, so we don't have any knowledge of that. And when you look at the word, there it is, Stolus is the great prince of hell that commands the 26 legions of demons. He teaches astrology and has a knowledge of herbs and plants in precious stones and is often depicted as a raven or a crowned owl with long legs.
You know,
And
I was looking at the Kabbalism stuff, and they're Eden. They claim it to be underground, and they believe their Messiah is a bird. Like this, and you were talking, or I don't know
Go
if I looked at
figure,
it on
huh?
the server, right? And I'm thinking, what? Like, this can't be, like, oh no, it's not, it's just coincidence, JP, right? And I'm like, no. Yeah, this
See
is
how I've got the
crazy.
name color coded? The
Yes,
Apo is
yes.
from, and Stalos is that critter that's the prince of hell. So that's why they thought he was insane, because he called them that. And I think it was the bad one that went up in the upper room with him, because he said, "Haven't I chosen you 12? Yet one of you is the devil."
Mm,
And then when he took the soap, SOP, it says in Greek, and dipped it in the stuff and then handed it to him, he said, "The one I hand it to, that is," and then the devil immediately entered him. You know, that's why I think it was the
yeah.
bad one. And it's like, that was not Judas, that was Simon, because they messed up the Greek. It says the Judean Simon Iscariot, and Iscariot was a place, it was an actual city, and they know that.
Well, now I'm wondering, maybe it was Simon holding the money bag.
Probably. See,
That's what occurred to
Judah
me.
and Judas are the same word in Greek and in Hebrew, exactly spelled exactly the same also. So a lot of places where it says, because it says in English, Judas the son of Simon, son of is not in the manuscripts, it's not in the Greek at all. It was a name. They were probably saying the Judean Simon Iscariot.
Yeah, that's freaky. I was
And
looking at that.
it could also be Hebrew for Ishkarat. And Ishkarat in Hebrew is the cut off man, the one that's been axed, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know how you come up with this, but wow, thank you. I mean,
This is from Father, guys. I'm not that smart.
no kid. Yeah.
It's
I mean,
like, I'll sit there and I'll look at it, because I was sitting there looking at that chapter and looking at that chapter, and I was like, Father, help me here. Why did they call him crazy? I don't get it, And then
But
also, go ahead, Clay.
I was going to say, even in the end of the book of John, he tries to give him another chance because he tells him, or he asks him if he loves him, feed my sheep, feed my sheep. He tells him 3 times
It's
to
not the
feed his
good one,
sheep.
Clay, though. It's not the good one.
Do you think the bad Jesus is saying, feed my
Yeah.
sheep? Because
Yeah,
when I
because,
look at Acts 5, he's killing a husband and wife.
right. I think
So
it's a bad one.
that's,
Because he said, they were on the boat and they were trying to get fish and couldn't get any. He told them to take the net and cast it on the other side. And then he told them how the fish are sorted. And,
Yeah, the fish
and
is
he,
already on the charcoal.
and then when they reach him on the beach, he's already got the fish on the charcoal.
That's right.
That's symbolic of the people. And see, Peter set up that Catholic Church. That's on a spiritual level. That's me interpreting on a spiritual level, because when he said he had the fish on the charcoal, my heart sunk. It was like, oh no, And then when I was listening to that Pastor Dana tell about, he has all these dreams about the end times, and he said he saw all the Christians. They looked like they had been charred with charcoal, and I thought, oh my gosh.
appears to me that the rabbis in that what they believe a Christian to be is one who believes the Father of Jesus to be Yahweh. Uh, I don't know. I find that so like
They're going to convince them that he was not divine. That's the sticking point. That's the big sticking point. And think how many lives there are arguing tonight, probably about whether he is a god deity or whether he is just a man. Because you can read it either way, because there's two of them.
No, I see it clearly now. You know, like I believe I expressed earlier, a friend of mine always brought it up. You got two Jesuses there, and one's called Son of the Father, and right. And now that
That's right.
kind of
That's
like
right. It's hard. It's hard. We get it.
Did that clear
We
that
know
up
it's
for you,
hard.
Clay? I mean, you may not see it the same way I do, and that's okay if you don't. You know, that was my interpretation of it because they didn't recognize him. But when he did see that, when Peter did recognize him, he it said it was he was naked or something. He jumped off the boat and started swimming and screaming for him. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. You there, Clay?
I'm here. Yeah, I mean, I'll look at it again. I look at that as just he gave him another chance, and he went and murdered people within 5 chapters of Acts.
But see,
But
when
I'll look at it.
the reason I say that, Clay, is because of what he said when he said, "If you deny me before man, I will deny you before the Father." And see, Peter
Right.
denied him 3 times with oaths and curses. And Peter was the only one he called Satan besides Moses. And who's set up in the Catholic Church now? Who are they worshiping at St. Peter's? It's Peter.
Peter and Paul. It
Yeah.
always occurred to
Which
me.
yeah, I understand that.
Well, I'm just trying to explain how I got to that point where I felt that way. And in Revelation, it says those are the synagogue of Satan that say they'll lay no further burden on you. And Peter said that too in Acts at the Jerusalem Council. He said, well, we don't need to lay any further burden on them than these things. You know, he almost the exact same wording. And who dragged him out on the out in the wilderness because it's like he says the same phrase he does to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan." I hope Father will forgive me if I'm wrong, but I really think Peter is it, because when you look at the Shema, Shema Israel can literally mean in Hebrew, and he, Simon, will rule as one. Then you have Yahweh having Peter as behemoth. So, you weren't here when I showed that, were you? And you're driving, or I'd show it again. I don't want to make you wreck trying to look at it.
And don't the Catholics claim that Peter was the first pope? Correct.
He was. It says in
Yeah.
1 Peter 1:1 that he was he was elected in Greek, and it was the election like they have. It was the same word they have for the election in the Catholic Church. I think they set him up. I really do. I hope he just fell off. I hope he didn't get upset with me for saying that.
Highly doubtful. Highly doubtful.
I know we all want to know that there's forgiveness, and there is, but I mean, that was a pretty intense thing he did. And he was not no ordinary man. He wouldn't have been in that inner court. He couldn't even have been in the temple unless he was a high priest. And then I was watching another rabbi that said that Peter was actually Cleopas, the one that said that it was better for one man to die than a whole nation go down. It was him that did that little prophecy thing too.
So here's a question on whether or not things are the way that people act is going to be accepted or forgiven.
Hold on.
So where is it when Jesus says they're all going to sit, they're going to come from the east and the west, and they're going to sit at the table with Moses, and I think, actually, I don't remember the other one, but they're all going to sit together at the table. So if we look at it from the idea that Moses was wrong and was following the wrong God, but is sitting at the table, how is it that that happens if everything isn't forgiven when he actually comes and discloses the truth. It has to be because once he reveals himself, they realize, everybody realizes.
Um, anything dealing with Moses, though, is
But he says that, and we're talking about JC, but that looked like to me that everybody was going to be sitting down at the same table, realizing the same truth.
there were people sitting down at a table at one point
But
doing a
obviously,
ritual.
not at the same time if Moses was there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I
that's,
think you're right there. I mean, like Israel is like we've been convinced that Israel are chosen by the one true God, right? But it appears that they've been
absolutely.
chosen by Satan, right? And then they've got into these lands like Canaan and decimated them and unalived all these people. It's like we're coming to realize that Israel were wrong, and that's what Jesus was coming to tell them.
Right.
And they didn't want to listen.
So that speaks to the idea that even if everybody is wrong, eventually they will all come to the same truth and be able to sit at the same table.
Mm.
Even somebody like the accuser, Moses.
You'd like to think so, but then it comes to the wheat and the tares. Is there a separation that needs to happen there? Like whose doctrine is that?
That's exactly the question is,
Mm.
how far away from him can you go and still be redeemed at the end of the day? Apparently you can go pretty far.
It's like there's a choice to make. Like, does the lake of fire exist? Will Yahweh end up in the lake of fire? And is that our fate if we choose to go with Yahweh?
Mm-hmm.
Many are chosen, many are called, few are chosen, and some go to destruction, and Yahweh's name means destruction.
Yeah.
So how did Moses get there if he was all about Yahweh, right?
Moses didn't get anywhere. He just followed Yahweh.
Right. So maybe we should look at that exact verse and say, okay, if Moses was all about Yahweh and literally upheld his teachings until the last moment when he, and hold on, I'll stop right there for a second and come back to it. But if Yahweh, or if Moses was literally upholding everything that Yahweh taught and pushed it out, then also was able to sit at the table, then how did he get redeemed? But then we'll go back to the last days of Moses's life, because he sat there at the end of the day and literally told all of the people that were following him that he was following a demon, that he was wrong, and it was on his deathbed that he actually admitted this. So does that speak to the idea that you can follow something for all of your life and then be laying on your deathbed and profess the truth and still be able to go into the acceptance, knowledge, truth of eternal forgiveness?
I think people choose. Father doesn't send anybody. People choose.
Right.
People decide they choose the light or they choose the darkness. But Father doesn't do that to anybody. They do it to themselves.
Exactly. And that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about like this eternal fiery hell. Nobody is being sent there. They are choosing to go there by themselves. You either accept it or you don't. If you don't accept it, you go there because you have chosen that. And that's like looking at Yahweh and saying, well, Yahweh was bad. Yahweh did this and he made all these bad things happen. But if you look at what was happening during the time of Yahweh and his reign, it wasn't because and I say this very, very, very cautiously, it wasn't because Yahweh was inflicting it on them, it was because they asked for it. So what they asked for, they received. And they wanted the law, they
That's
wanted
not
the
true, Jen, though, because when they were in the desert, they asked for fish and he gave them fiery serpents.
That was before they went into, that was before. So remember, they went through the 40 years of being tested by him. And when they got to the edge, so he had already done away with all the previous generations, right? And he was only dealing with the younger generations of the people that came out of Egypt. And they were sitting at the edge with Joshua. Moses was already gone. They were sitting at the edge with Joshua, and they made their pledge to Yahweh, and they said, yes, you are our God. We will follow you. And that's the only reason they were allowed to go into this promised land that he had promised them for so many years, right? So
That's an earthly thing.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with what Jesus is saying. I mean, that's totally an earthly thing.
And it's like Joshua told them that Yahweh was a jealous God and he will not forgive your sins.
Right. They made the choice.
And they chose to an oath to Yahweh anyway.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's what people do today. And they might be stuck here forever. I don't know if they'll be on a lifetime. I don't know what'll happen to them. But I know personally there's a choice. There's a choice we make.
And that's exactly what I'm saying is everybody makes the choice. It's not that anybody's sending anybody to a lake of fire. It's that you choose to accept or not accept. And if you don't accept, then you're going and pushing yourself towards that. It's not because God is a wrathful God or he's judgmental or this or that. It's you made the choice not to accept.
True, but we still have to deal with the God of this world. I mean, it's not like these limitations and things that we have upon us don't exist.
I mean, essentially, the lake of fire would be created for Yahweh, and then it is a choice that we're making, and then it's, I don't know if you know of like the Calvinist view of like predestination.
Oh yeah, absolutely. John Calvin decided, oh, if you don't agree with me, we're going to burn you alive at the stake. Sounds like Yahweh to me.
I'm looking into him like this, like the Catholic Church.
That's what he did. That's what he did.
Yeah.
They try to deny all this stuff, but and then Spurgeon, and then his son, and they were all happened to be Masons, and they all just kept implementing the same things and pushing it on people. It's like, yeah, okay, bunch of BS still.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a controlled opposition again, isn't it?
Right now we're in hell. We're in Cato. We're in a place of separation from Father's world, and I think that is hell. It's like we're not in Father's world. And that's hard for people to get in their minds. It's like, because
it's hard.
There's a place beyond this that's perfect. And Jesus is that door. He's the gate. He's the gate. You know, the roses won't have thorns. There won't be chiggers. There won't be mosquitoes. There won't be poisonous snakes. You know, you won't be mauled by a bear in the woods. You won't fall down a cliff and break your back and be paralyzed the rest of your life. You won't be born like me with some horrible, god-awful disease that eats you up your whole life. You'll be happy and you'll be healthy, and you know, it's hard to realize that. I mean, because we want to be happy right now, and we get joy. We have joy. We have loved ones. We can get children. You know, we have good things, but we also have a lot of tribulation in this lifetime.
Yeah, you're guaranteed suffering.
He's, you know, and
no matter what.
Yep. But I know when I cross over, I'm going to be waiting for Jesus to be standing there, and I'm going to have a new body. I'm not going to have all this pain I've been in for years and the suffering and stuff. I'm not going to have it.
Amen. Amen.
It's like,
I mean, they try to convince us of a heaven on earth, right? And that's the lie, right? If his kingdom is not of this earth, and they're talking about a millennial year reign, it's like,
Who
how can
ca-
that possibly be
Who
Jesus's?
cares about that millennial reign? Who cares about
Chan
any of
had
that? It's still here.
a
Hmm.
great sermon that I saw online, and I think the guy's kind of gone mainstream, but I think when he first started out, he had a really heart of gold. It's like he took this rope and he had this long wound up rope on the stage. He was talking to the audience and he dipped one little piece of it in black ink. And he said, look at this little bitty tiny piece of this rope. And it goes on and on. He had, I'm talking tons of rope on the stage. And he said, consider this to never end. To never end. This rope never ends. What you do in that tiny little black ink dot on the end determines the whole rest of that rope. I love that analogy. It's like, because, you know, we really do make decisions that change people's lives. I mean, I have been a victim of many of people's horribleness, and cruelty and just downright horrible things done to me. And it's like, did I choose to do that to other people though because it was done to me? No. It's like I can't choose that because I love Father. It's like I have to make a choice every day to get up and look beyond what I've been through to what I can do right now to change the rest of my eternity. And have it with Father and be there and have Him hold me and love me. It's like we have hope. You blink, I'm 64. You blink and it's over. You know, it's like I turn around, I look at my kid, she's 30 something. It's just like yesterday I was putting diapers on her. I mean, this is so fleeting and so minor compared to everything else. And it's like we have to just get up every day and go, I'm going to be the best I can be for this day. If all I can do is raise my head to my computer and study one verse, I'm going to do that because I'm doing it for Father every day. Every day. And that's how we have to live our lives. Because there is something better. We have hope. We're not like the rest of the world. We have hope.
That's actually exactly what we're here for, is the hope. And to get the knowledge is to embrace the hope. And what you've done is amazing. And I thank you so much.
I did
Regardless
this, Jen, one little verse at a time. One little verse at a time.
Exactly.
It
Exactly.
does, and now look at it, it's a mountain of stuff.
Right.
When Aline ran me a copy, guys, of my research for the last 10 years. It was over 2,000 pages long.
I have it in my house. Yeah, it's massive.
I was like just floored because it just seems like it was just, I did this, I just kept plugging. I just kept plugging a little here and a little there. And and it's like all I wanted to do was, I don't know if most of y'all know, but I'm extremely sick. I'm probably going to be going home soon. And it's like, I just wanted to share it with y'all because Father shared it with me. And it's like, that's why I'm here. I'm giving you hope from the things that I studied,
Right.
Yeah, I know, and I've been here the whole time, and I'm here for you now. It's
You've done a
even
great
the
job.
reason I'm even here in this live. I don't want to even be doing all this.
Who
um,
wants to be
I,
doing all this except
I
for
don't, but I'm here because I feel obligated to. I want to talk to people, and I've been a friend of artists here for quite some time. She didn't have anybody on her side. She didn't have anybody that was gonna get up and talk. And I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Um,
I held a many a
so
hand too when I was a nurse. Many a hand going out. People crossing over, and it's like there's only two things they worry about when they're crossing over: where they're going and who they're leaving behind. It's like everything else is gravy. The rest of it's just material crap. It means nothing. It's like, just keep that attitude in your heart every day, and you can't go wrong. I mean, they can come drag you around. They can come, put you in a jail cell. They can unalive you. They can do whatever they want to you. It doesn't matter, because you know where you're going. I love you guys a lot.
Yeah, I love you too, and I'm always here for you. And I've tried my best to talk to people and explain a lot of these things.
You put down a beautiful foundation, and regardless of the differences in this and that,
It don't belong to me. It's Father's. It's all Father's.
That's what we always say.
It belongs to Him, and it's from Him. It's not even from me. I just did my job while I was here.
And
That's all.
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to do the same thing.
And
But
you've done a great job at it.
You've got a lot of people here that are very, very, very blessed by what effort and time you put into the work. And literally, like, between Aline and everybody that's been a part of building up what's come to today, you guys have done a great job. And I know that this is going to be like really big, really big. Thank
And if
you.
y'all don't get anything else from my talk tonight, if I'm gone, love each other. Don't forget what I say tonight. I'm telling you.
I know, and I'm here for
each
you.
one of you on here are special, and you have a mission. You have a job to do for Father, not for me, for Father. And you need to love each other. Don't fight. Don't argue. Don't backbite. Just love each other. That's all you gotta do. That's all He asks.
I can say
you've been an amazing friend to me. You've been the best person I've known in my whole life. I appreciate you a lot.
I can't begin. I remember my first words to Nathan. Who is this woman? And I know it's Father. And then we drove up to Knoxville to meet you. And I don't know. I don't have any words. I just don't have any words. But I love you. And
I'm glad we got to meet you.
Yeah, it was beautiful embracing you. I never forget it. And this is going to be big, guys. This is going to be huge. I know if we're going to do our best to love one another, and the spirit of this platform is beautiful. How many people have come in here and just felt at home? They knew they weren't going to be judged. No matter what their agenda was, we still gave ear to it, patiently loving them with the hopes that they would embrace some of these truths. I'm grateful. And right now I'm in tears, and I'm gonna sign off here and just say I love y'all.
I didn't mean to upset y'all. This is a happy thing.
No, it's beautiful. It's more of a beautiful thing than anything. I mean, it's the fruition of it all, and words can't describe how this has changed my whole attitude toward my relationship with Jesus. I mean, before it was that dualistic on off. If I don't just, that's all gone now. And this law and all of this stuff. And I mean, these truths have set me free. And I'm going to do my best to, every morning I get up, I'm going to make it the best and love everybody around. And so with that, I say I love y'all and
Yeah.
good night, everybody.
I'll probably gotta do the same.
Well, this might be a good place to end it then, guys, for tonight. I think we can't end on any other good note than love, that's for sure.
Love you
I love
all.
you all, and hopefully
Can you
I'll
hear
be
me?
back on. Yeah, Clay.
Yeah, we can.
So don't be disappointed if you have more work to do.
Oh, I know.
You know what
I'll
I
keep
mean?
working. I'm going till I can't go no more,
So
Clay.
no, you're gonna no you. I'm saying, what have you come back? Like you're not. Hey, what are you doing here? You still got work to do. You know what I mean?
Yep, there'll be
Yes,
work up there, I'm
ma'am.
sure, too, in Potter's World, too.
Yes, amen.
I'm here for you always.
I know that. I love you guys. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
call it a
love you
night,
too.
guys, and
Yeah, me
and
too.
I think I'll have a bowl of ice cream. That sounds real good.
All right, see. I
All
love
right,
you.
love you
Thank you so
too.
much for
God
everything.
bless you.
Good night.
Enjoy your ice cream.
Right.